Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. First of all, I want to say thanks to James L. for becoming a member. Hello, Francois and Martin and 3DP Mamshi. Hi, Ken and Pie-Eyed and Nathan. Hey, Steven. Hey, Freak. Hey, Mr. Clown. Hey, Poity. And Xerox and Jokernut and Weave and Gustavo and Kaylee and Derek and Lars and Ben. How's everyone doing? Torx Fighter and CRS1. Bill Brothers, Colin, Chris, DJ Natty. Good morning. Hey, Jaeger and Andrew. Alex. And Tohos. I don't know how to say your name. Squirrel Brain, Gary, 007 FPV. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Or had a good Sunday. Is it late enough? Depends on where you are, right? Hi, Breckel from Holland. And Scott and Greeth and Grant's Auto Essentials. So we are going to continue with part 4 of the LDO Trident beta kit build. So LDO has provided this kit for my evaluation. They have not given me any rules on this, no timeline to complete it. They are allowing this to happen in front of everybody. So the idea is to give feedback on the kit so that they can make any adjustments to the production kit if they need to. So, hi, Jason and Lewis and Viking Cat, Freak, John Paul and Super Smash Ryolu. So, yep, we got Charlie here. As always, he's doing good. Let's see, let me do a few things. So sound check, everything sound good. Hey, Mike. And let me get the, turn the giveaway on. So we're giving away a set. So last Sunday, we gave away a set of steppers, the full stepper setup for a Trident provided by LDO. I said I was going to do giveaways on Sundays, not on the weekday streams. So today we will have a full set of linear rails. So, and I believe that will be winner's choice on size. Pretty sure it is. So, let me get that posted in chat and turned on. So let's turn it on. It should be in the description, but let me get the link, shorten it, and copy it, close this, post it, and pin it. There we go. Should be good. Got the responses coming in. Hi, Angie. So, I like what we did last week as far as I require you to be here to win, but I'll do the drawing at the 3-hour mark, which means, well, 3 hours from now or thereabouts. That way, because my normal streams, I like to go at 3 hours, usually go more, but at 3 hours. And that way you're not waiting around. Some of you staying up late just for the drawing. It's a known time, so. Charlie, leave my coffee alone. I'm gonna need those rails for my 600mm Voron 2.4 build. Well, let's go with standard sizes and probably including the 300 cube because Jason included that in the stepper motors. Standard Voron sizes. Holy moly, my phone's blowing up. Oh boy. Apparently I didn't turn off the send me notifications on form responses. So apparently my phone's gonna blow up this whole stream. So let me set it over here. It's sending me, I think, an email for every response. Oh, that's gonna be fun later. Hi, Pavel. Hey, Polaris. Hello, evening, Stephen chat. Little late, but made it for stream. Football went to the wire. So not the football I immediately think of. So let's see, what else has been going on? I got up some motivation and went to print a bit more of, not the buggy I'm gonna build on stream, but I'm printing a couple of buggies for friends as well. So let me get that and show ya, because I haven't really looked at it close yet. Let's see if I can get it off here without popping it off the build surface. Maybe not. Nope, it's gonna pop off the build surface. Look at this piece. This is a big print, really. Hey, Jose. So this is the buggy, not the Sandy. And this is printed in, holy moly, Charlie's gonna be a terror. This is printed in KVP's British Racing Green. It had some problems with the supports here, but it seems to have recovered. Let's pull it off of here and see what it looks like. This is the 3D set supports. They tend to, let's see, be fairly well modeled. I don't know if I have something too thin, like thin wall settings wrong. Charlie, that is the Thunderbolt port. You cannot hit that. He's rubbing, there on the laptop, there's a Thunderbolt cable coming out, and he decided that was a great thing to scratch on. So that's the supports. Then you're left with the rest of the thing. Now I did do a brim because this is a very large part and I didn't want to have to print it again. So I don't usually do brims, but it's large and thin and I didn't want to risk it. Hey, Sanity. This was, let me see, how long did this take? Slicer estimate was 12 hours. The actual time was 10 hours, right at 10 hours. Hey, Zarp. Hey, Zombie Hedgehog. Now we want some afterburner attention. So this was on my orange 250 build Trident, was what this was printed on. With a with Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 tool head. I mean, I am missing some lights. Hold on a second. Let's go there. Let's go here. Okay. I think that turned out pretty darn good. It's not focusing. Focus? Focus? There we are. Yeah, I think that turned out pretty darn good. Should start an over-under for when Charlie achieves his goal of yoinking the Thunderbolt cable. Oh, he's gone now. That's okay. He got some screen time. Oh, let me catch up on chat. I feel like I missed a few things. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. I need to look at it a little closer to make sure everything turned out well, but I think that's definitely a usable part. That buggy is gonna be big. Printer Braun, hello. Hey, JP Gray. Have you used Clipper Estimator as a post-process script to get better time estimates? No, I haven't, because the way the slicer's set up in my printers, I always assume it's gonna take about 10% quicker or so than the slicer says. Hi, Soph. That was, the nozzle on that was a dragon, a Phaetus dragon. 0.4 nozzle, all the normal stuff. iPad. 3DP Mamshi. Yeah, that's KVP's British Racing Green, which has a very fine sparkle to it. And we're just gonna leave these as printed parts. So, not gonna paint them. And holy moly, my phone's going crazy. Okay, so let me set this aside and let's get started on the build. I don't think much else is going on, or has been going on this week. Put this stuff back in here and I'll just set the printed part in there. I did make some progress on the V2 here. I spent another 3.5 hours on it yesterday, and now it's running. It homes at QGL's, screen set up. So I'm pretty close to being able to print with this, and then I'll call it finished. This one, because everybody's gonna ask, is a custom color by one of the Voron members, Klee. This referring to as Super Green. It's an ABS. He had commissioned KVP to make. And then the main color is KVP's Graphite Gray. Hi, John. J Terry 3D, my 2.4 is almost finished. Trident Next is a 200mm cube, a good option. I want to go smaller. So here's what I would consider whenever doing a custom size Voron, is what size build surface is easy to get, flex plate, whatever. And then what size, an increment of sizes that rails and steppers and stuff are. If you're doing a Trident, a really convenient size for Z is a 150, because then you can use the lead screw steppers from a V0.1 and you end up with 150mm of Z travel. And then, so several people have made pancake Tridents doing that, because I mean, if you're printing printer parts, it's very rare that you print over 150mm of Z. So, and then the other sizes, I would stay within a 25mm increment to the closest build surface you can get, is my recommendation. I really like the 250 size. You can easily use Prusa sheets, and those, everybody makes a Prusa sheet. Will KVP sell it? Not so far. So you can reach out on the Discord to see if anybody has any, or if Klee still has some. Hopefully he's okay with that. That Super Smash Riolu, that was ABS. So I'm trying to do the Sandy that I'm planning on building on stream, which is the little Marks Manx style buggy. That's all in PLA. I'm doing that as the 3D Sets recommends. This we're trying in ABS, because I don't want my friends to leave them in a hot car and have to reprint everything. Hi, Thomas. I'm currently building a 1.8 as I have an SKR 1.4 turbo. I want to upgrade to a Trident in the future. What board do you recommend for the extra stepper driver? Get if you can still find it, and I would buy it now because it's super cheap. Get the little, the expansion motor board from Big Tree Tech. Let me see, I have one of those. If I can see the box it's in. So get one of these. It's this guy. It's the BTT EXP MOT. This gives you 3 extra steppers. This is what I ran on my Trident for a long time. The problem that you then run into is you run shy on other IO. So I would get one of the clipper expanders to go along with it and run that combo. That's what I did. Kenneth, have you looked at the KB3D Stealth Burner tool headboard? Yeah, I have a few of them. I'll end up using them at some point on these. There was a very early question, I think pre-stream starting, on whether this kit came with a controller. And that, yes, the LDO kits do come with controllers. It's the hot end and the pie. Hot end because community wants to choose their own hot end, and the pie is because supply issues. But controllers they come with, and right now they're coming with the octopus. That may change over time, but octopus would be a great choice. Octopus or the spider. The 1.1 of the octopus and 2.2 of the spider, or as far as I've used both, so they've been fine. Try to catch up on chat and then we'll get going. As you guys know, I mean, chat is very important for me to keep up on, so I'd rather take a few minutes to make sure I didn't miss anything. Did I say hi, Golden Jaguar? Hi. I printed up my OpenRC F1 in a PLA. The pinion gear melted itself. Yeah. The gears are a good idea to try something else on. Could you one of the ERCF boards for stepper expansion too? That's true. Yep. That BTT EXP mod board is like $10 or $12 too. I don't know what the easy board. I don't remember what I paid for that. When checking squareness of the V2 300 frame, what tolerance would you be okay in your opinion? I think the general recommendation would be less than 1 millimeter out of square. You're on a Trident, and what are you talking? You're talking V2. I'm gonna give a little bit more. One of the critical dimensions is make sure that these two, your Y rails, are square and at the same height, front and back. So that would be the place that I would pay the most attention to. Which BTT screen did you use for the clipper screen on your Vorons? I can't get the bomb screen to show anything besides the LED light. So often you have to not swap, but flip around the connectors in order for those screens to work. Don't swap EXP 1 and 2, flip them around. I've been using the WaveShare. This guy here is the WaveShare 4.3 inch capacitive touchscreen DSI connected screens. I let myself get behind and I'm having a hard time catching up, so we'll just keep going. Eric Gillot, $9.99. I've enjoyed the recorded streams, thought I'd try a live one to show my support. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Torx versus hex screws. I'm building Micron right now and going for Torx. Torx screws are really nice. They're just not as easy to get. And nothing on, aside from the frame, really, nothing on a Voron requires a ton of torque. I mean, you're at like half to 3/4 of an Ugga Dugga. Don't go 2 or 3 Ugga Duggas. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Let's bring up the assembly manual. I went to WaveShare 2, was looking at it and watching Steve install, made up my mind, it just works. A big thing about selecting a screen, unless you want to model your own mount, look for what mounts are out there. Look for one you like, and then buy that screen. Hi, Otto R, welcome. Can you run a Trident with a Duet, or is that just outside the scope? You can run a Trident with a Duet just fine. There's no problems with running a Trident. You can run Clipper, you can run Marlin, you can run RepRap firmware. All of those support all the kinematics and the bed setup and everything on a Trident or a 2.4 for that matter. Okay, let's get going here. I think we're at the point where we can just start wiring things. I guess I scrolled through off camera here. Yeah, I was thinking Torx just for the frame, but then in EU they're easy to get, same as hex. Yeah, go for it. There's nothing wrong with Torx screws. I like them. Steve, on your recent stealth burner, you had to extend the Revo hot end cables to reach the tool head PCB. Yes, because I don't have one handy. Yes, well, we'll use this one. This is the beta. This is the beta. If you imagine this is sitting here in the printer, I like to make sure there's like no strain on the heater block here. So I run a loop before I go up to the tool head. If you were to take this straight to the exit of the tool head, you'd have to bend the strain relief a little bit. And then when you're swapping nozzles, the heater block doesn't stay relatively straight. My way, it stays relatively straight. You just have to go through the extra effort of extending the wires. Really want a clipper TFT, but I've made the bomb LCD have an amber phosphor tin, and I'd hate to say goodbye to that style. There's a lot of utility to the clipper touchscreen though. There's a lot you can just walk up and do. You can do a lot of that with the LCD screen with custom menus and stuff, but it takes a lot. I haven't gone through to try to figure out how to do that. Hi, Tiger 3D Royce. So I'm printing with Sparta 3D ABS Plus, and one of the parts for my 2.4, the inner post for alignment on a part broke flush to the part. What would you say? Maybe too much cooling? Yeah, maybe. 240 with 30% fan. I pretty much run most of the ABS I print at 250, but that's gonna vary depending on your exact, the hot end, the thermistor. My 250 may not equal exactly your 250. And what's your speed? So maybe slow it down a little bit. Hey, Daniel. This is all wiring stuff, and I think we're basically at wiring. I'm not gonna put the bed in yet still. Oh, we didn't do this yet. We didn't put the end stop pod on. So we put electronics in place but didn't wire it. Let's go to the end stop pod. Let's do stuff like that. I got printed parts. So this particular part is new for 2.4 R2. So it's an end stop pod that you can either use the PCB. It's basically for any D2F micro switch, Omron micro switch solution. So you can either screw the switches in directly and then wire them up, or you can screw the PCB on here, and all the spacing is right for that. So there's two pods. There's one for the Hall effect board and one if you're using micro switches. And let's see where did the PCBs go? There they are. Let's just put all the PCBs out here. Hopefully we'll get to most of them today. So I started maybe a hair later than I like to because I forgot to charge my microphone. So hopefully we're okay today. I waited until the last second to unplug it and get it going. Let me find screws, flatheads. Start getting a little organized here. I'm doing two builds right now, this 2.4 and this Trident, so cleaning up between for each is getting all the fasteners stuff fun. Now, having a hard time finding the M3 button heads. I have to go into the backup. Is it safe to start printing Trident parts, or should I wait until the actual rollout? The actual rollout's happened. Trident R1 was released earlier this week. Okay, this is the backup pieces. So let me find a M3x6 button heads in here. And 4x6. There's flat heads. Wow. It's, you know, very odd collection of, I got wafer head M3x25s. I wonder what those are for. I'm not finding button heads. Okay, I'm not gonna keep looking for these. I'm gonna grab them out of my stash and make a note. I'll do a more thorough search, but I'll just grab them out of my stash and I'll make a note on whether I need to recommend they include more or not. I can't blame it on the kit contents yet because I have been doing 2 printers and throwing things in boxes in between, so. Steve and Manager Charlie, yes. Hi, Matt. Did I miss the giveaway? So the giveaway is pinned, and we will be doing the giveaway in about 2.5 hours from now. Wafer head, what is that? It's a very thin head, button head. Very flat. I mean, it's very low profile. I'm wondering if you think there are typically more Z issues with Trident. I don't think there's more. The issues and how you search for them and correct them are different from 2.4. So you have belt tensions and the alignment of your Z blocks and everything on a 2.4. On a Trident, you have lead screw quality and the assembly and tension of the lead screw nuts, really. Wafer head, no, they're M3x25s. I don't know what exact size the sex bolt uses. Pie-eyed, $20, thanks for all your help. Thank you, and you're welcome. Okay, so there's a little play in these heads. I'm just trying to get it as straight and centered as possible. Now I need M3x30s, I think. M3x20, M3x30. M3x25 was needed for the Pro, but they should have included button heads. The wafer heads aren't needed. Now, and those are in the spare. I didn't even try to look in the spares when I was looking for those. So cue the Monty Python skit, just one wafer thin screw. I don't know that. Okay, so this goes under here. It'll end up getting plugged in here in a bit when we put the harnesses in. Do you print straight on the glass? Oh, that's Bill. Okay. Do you prefer Hall effect sensors or limit switches on X and Y? I could go either way. I've got them both installed on printers. Now, the Hall effect ones, I think there are probably some individual reseller tweaks that are causing people to have issues with those because they're using Hall effect sensors that are like laying flat on the board versus the ones that stand up and are right in the path of the magnet. It's probably a lot to do with the Hall effect on that. So if I'm a new builder, I recommend the micro switches. If you know which Hall effect sensor to get and that both and how to adjust the sensitivity, then either one works fine. The front fell off. Front fell off of what? Now Steve needs to go watch some Monty Python after the stream. Just don't eat while watching that one. Yeah. Okay. I think let's put the tool headboard on, and I'm gonna need a different camera angle here and maybe move this over. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna move this in a little closer, and I think we're gonna end up having to adjust a lot today. Trident's tall, and it's not like 2.4 where I can move the gantry down and get it down into my workspace here. So we've got all these things. I wonder, just having thoughts on how I can do this better. Maybe I can do this. Is that better? Not really, because this is in the way. And let's just go this way. Search for the front fell off on YouTube after stream. It's a delightful sketch. Send me a reminder on Discord on that if you can. Okay, toolhead PCB. Got a little printed spacer that goes behind it. Like so. Let's find... Oh, hey. I found the button heads. So I'm gonna take 2 out of here and put them back in my stash. There. Now the scales are balanced. Hi, Tracy Moon. Welcome. How much torque should the bolts that attach the XY corners to the Y linear rail carriages have? The XY, oh, these bolts here? Initially, it feels like there would be a lot of clamping there since it's moving so much. I would say 2/3 of an ugga-dugga. I don't know. You want to tighten them such that it's not deforming the plastic here. I put a reasonable amount of torque on them, but not enough that it's deforming the plastic here. There's 8 bolts holding this on. You're okay. I think I need them 3x8. Put them over here. Put those in there. Now, the LDO version of these and the updated version in general, there's a version out there that got out there that there's a trace that gets too close, and if you use a screw directly in, it can cause a short. These have a nice big pad there, so we're okay. If you have any question, use a nylon washer underneath them, but I'm not going to on here because I can't find one. this goes on here. Q, thanks for becoming a member. How you feeling? You feeling good? We haven't talked in a while. Okay, and then that lines up there, and one more. The outer bolts closest to the panels can be tightened fairly easy, not much material to clamp on. Yeah, in the new version of these, I added like 0.2 or 0.4 millimeters to this surface here to try to make sure that the plastic is the first thing that might, if you have any rubbing on the panels, it's plastic instead of the bolt head. Hi, Jose. Got that COVID and this new medication has ruined your taste buds. That is a bummer. Well, once you're feeling better, we'll have to go get a tasty beverage again. Okay, so tool headboard is on there. How can I do this without only showing you guys the back of my head? You gotta plug things in. So we've got part cooling fan, which is this one. Of course, I flip those. Let's see if I can get these to switch back. There we go. Part cooling fan here. So that goes like that. And hot end fan here. Like that. Then we've got the heater. Oh, too big. There we go. Heater wires, which on this side are not polarized. On the other side they are, only because of the way the tool headboard works. I've got a bad little screwdriver here. Let's try a different one. There we go. Got the probe. Plugs into the ABL port. And on a later stream, we'll be replacing this with the clicky anyway. And then thermistor. So that, and then the stepper comes around, and I'll end up zip tying that to the harness. Stepper comes around and plugs in right there. So let's try to loop some of this stuff around so it's not in the way. There's an extra port here for an X end stop, but we're using the one on the pod. So I think that's all the wiring up here. So this stuff just kind of gets it's just looped into place, and that'll go underneath a wire cover. Call it good. Jose, I hope you feel better soon too. I've been fortunate enough to have avoided it thus far. I hope to continue my fortune. Yeah, fast recovery for everyone. Hope. Okay, let's get the wiring harness out. Let's run the wiring harness through all the cable chains and go from there. So we have cable chains. figure out which are which. And I've got some extra links because they might have been a little short for the Z because of the extra 50mm height. They'll have that sorted by the release though. And the main harness. Steve Przbilski? Is that how you say your name? Thank you for becoming a member. Okay, so main harness, 14 pin on each end. Doesn't matter which way it goes. You don't have to pay attention to which end because it's just a straight through harness. They do help tidy it up by putting a zip tie at about 1 foot, 30cm intervals. I'll be clipping these off as I put it together. I don't think it's a good idea to have a zip tie in the middle of the harness. So it's probably fine if it's somewhere where the harness doesn't move, but I'm still gonna clip it off. Powell, I am doing well. We are gonna make some significant progress on this build today. So I am hoping to make enough progress today that I feel like I don't need to do any more weekday streams on this, that I can finish it off just on Sundays. Hey Steve, you and RCF live in the same state, right? Have you ever hung out and built together? We have not hung out and built together, but I have met RCF in person. We are both in California. So I'm looking at the lengths here and they are all set the same length, which I think is a good sign. Either they're all short or they're all correct. Because this is a 300 cube. They should be pretty close to the same lengths on these, I think. This is another fidget toy. Let's see, we have, okay, so this I think is, yeah, it's not set up at all. I'm just curious if they set the end links up correctly for the orientation. No, but that's okay, because we can do that. RCF in SoCal, not quite. Not quite. RCF's not in SoCal. Just saw a video from Eddie the engineer using a CAN bus. Yes. So I think a couple of streams ago I pointed out Eddie's channel. He's released some new videos centered around CAN bus and they're really good. So Eddie the engineer, if you search for that on YouTube. Okay, so I flipped the front end. So these flip, you just kind of squeeze. Don't squeeze too hard, but they'll pop out. The other end is the other way. You pry it out. They clip on. There is a page. If we go to the LDO docs, and let's go all the way out to guides. There's a cable chain guide here on the LDO docs, and they talk about if it binds up on an end. So it talks about them being open style and the bend radius and that kind of thing. Opening them. But you can tweak the ends to allow a little extra movement, because what they've included are cable chains where both ends are fixed. So you don't have to worry about which side goes to the tool head or the XY bridge here. However, sometimes you want to, as noted here, sometimes you want a little extra movement for the end of travel. So you want to grab this inside piece to put towards the tool head in the XY bridge. So what they're saying here is you can clip some of this out to allow a little bit of flex at the end of travel. And I'm just gonna do that because it doesn't hurt to do just a short, just taking the pliers or side cutters here and just cutting a little angle off of that and trying to stay within the center line of that, angled towards the pin, angled towards the pin in the middle. So something like that. So we're going to use this chain for X, and this is going to go on like this. So this goes on like that, and then this is going to go in, which means we have to flip this end around. But we'll leave it off for right now because when we open this, we won't be able to get to it anyway. So grab my little flathead screwdriver and start popping all of these open. So these just pop open by, there's a little tab here. There was something, so don't quote me on this, but there was something about the different versions of the Big Tree Tech one and whether they're supported or not. So make sure you do your research before you're ordering those can boards. The clipping, Chris, was to, both ends on these are rigid. The clipping is to give just a little bit of, here, let me put this on here. Both ends are rigid, but now this side has just a little bit of extra movement. I grabbed the wrong side. This side has, oh, there we go. See, there's a little bit of swivel there. This way. Just out of curiosity, is this going to be VT R1? I see asymmetrical tensioners there, or are we going with the plain Trident? So this is R1, and just as a note, the only real differences that I would care about if I was doing anything is the offset front idlers and the Z mounts here, just these pieces, not this part of the assembly, but just these pieces that bolt to the bed frame are 3 millimeters thicker here, which allows the frame to get closer to the deck and basically gives you 3 millimeters of extra Z travel. So 1, 2, 3 parts for this is all that you need to would need to reprint to get that extra 3 millimeters of Z. And then the front idlers. Now, everything else is in these countersunk holes. They're all the cross thread style bridging instead of the chamfers. The only other visible difference is I took the bolt-on side fans from 2.4 R2 and put them into the Trident R1 Assembly. Added official recommendation for Wago mounts, little things like that. But if you have an existing Trident, you already should have all that sorted out, right? Okay, so that is all open. I am going to grab the harness, and which side is, yep, so this side. So we're gonna start right here and we're just gonna lay this in. We are going to just lay this in and close this up. Now I just briefly contemplated whether I wanted to add the stealth burner LED wires here, but I think it would be a good refresher adding that later in one of the extra streams. So we're just gonna build this as is. Hi, Maxime. Hey, Jared. Jared also has one of these kits, so he'll be providing his feedback as well. Okay, So this is going here. This is going to bend back around. So now we can let's put this end on. I've got the camera angle so you can see the tool head, but you can't see my work surface. So I got to make sure I'm showing all the right stuff. Boy, I'm going to move that down there. I'm going to put the other end of this now at the end here. And find my flathead, M3x6 flatheads. Yeah, if you have a working printer without the issues of belt rubbing or belt wear, and you don't need an extra 3 millimeters of Z, there's no reason to update to Trident R1. Can you explain cross bridging a little? Not quite sure I follow. Yeah. Here, I've got a part right here. So if you look at this piece, let me get a pointer. Focus. I think you can see. So this is a countersunk hole, right? If you tried to print this without any considerations, without any design to account for it, it would try to print that inner hole in midair, and you'd end up with a bunch of a mess there. The cross bridge style, if you see here, there's a bridge there. That's a straight line, and then up here is a straight line. So for one layer, it prints those straight bridges, and then on the next layer, it prints straight bridges 90 degrees to that. So the next layer up, and then the next layer up, it prints the circle. And at that point, it's supported by these two sets of bridges. That makes sense? So this particular part I have here is because I was playing around with and some of you have this and have printed it, a camera wire channel that I put in here. So this goes down in the, on this side, and you can run your camera USB cable down here and completely hide it by routing it past the stepper here. Now I bring that up because guess what I did yesterday? I updated my user mods folder. So let's go here. Voron users GitHub. If we go here, that's probably not a bad idea, Mr. Clown. I should print out a single cross bridge hole at 500% scale to use as a demonstration tool. Yeah, I should put like the 0.8 nozzle on a Revo and just make everything really, really show. I do all those manually, Kevin. You can make a plug like and do a Boolean operation on holes, but I just sketch them and do it manually. So if you go, so it's not pushed yet, but I did a PR. If you go to pull requests here, and it should be. When were all of these done? 14 days ago, 14 hours. Oh, there we are. The latest one. So I added the step files where they were missing. I removed some files that were added to Trident R1. The Wago mounts I had out on my user mods, and now they're part of Trident R1, so I removed them. But if you go here to this pull request, it's not been merged yet, but if you go to the from here, from my repo, you can get to if you scroll down to the S's, go down here and go to parts, jigs, and mods. And then if mods, I started different folders, Voron 2, Legacy, and Trident. So if you go to Trident, here's the camera mount with the step file. So I'm trying to make sure I add all of that. The other things I put in, a lot of people have been asking for the Legacy stuff, so I have a lot of Legacy stuff here. power supply stabilizer I use, the TPU feet I use with the open build corner cubes, and fan grill. So I was trying to think of everything people have been asking for, and I'm sure I missed things, but here, let's do this. Let's go here, and let's copy that and paste that. There you go. Cheyenne, the giveaway is open to anybody. That is not restricted to members. And it is worldwide. And you must provide a valid email address so Jason can get a hold of you for if you're the winner. You must be present, and you must understand that your YouTube name is going to come up when I go to, it's going to flash at least on the screen, or could flash on the screen while I'm doing the drawing. So. Sadly, I went down the right side mirror, I guess. Yeah, and you end up with a mirrored logo as well on that. But you have the step file. You can fix that. Or you can pull both files in and mirror the feature onto the other part. That would work. Whatever. There's a lot of ways to do that. Okay, back to this. I have flathead screws here, and I'm going to secure the frame side first with one. And then I want this to be able to slide. This side, I'm gonna need a step stool to work on this thing. Put one in on this side. Are the new front idlers included with our Trident R1 or still in your PR? They are included in Trident R1. Trident R1 is fully released. New manual, new parts. We are good to go. Even the configurator on the website has the updated quantities of screws. And really the only quantity changes, yeah, there might be a couple more I might have wanted to tweak now that I think about it. But the fans, the side fans, add 16 heat sets and 16 M3x8s. DJ Natty, didn't you also say to Nero that you had a modded observer cam mount for that Panzer cam? That would be Heart K. Heart K has been working on that. I'm gonna plug the 14-pin connector in here. Those things are always tight. Now I'm going to tweak these wires such that I can zip tie them to this, these IGUS style cable chains. So these are generic, but they're IGUS style with 2 holes. Have a wire management tab here that you can zip tie to. It is important on these cable chains, here, I'll hold this here, to secure your wires at each end, but not through the middle. And then the goal is for your wire path to follow the center line of this bend in the chain. So I'm gonna secure one end, and then on the other end, you'll see I'm gonna push the wire back and forth and then secure it at the midpoint of that travel, so that I have some confidence that the wire is going through the middle of here and isn't going to tighten up at any point. When will Stealth Burner be officially released? I don't know, and I honestly don't know. It is being worked on still, and all the little things, much of it is the little things, the wrap-up stuff, assembly manual, BOM, all that kind of stuff, and that just takes someone's time to do it. Okay, let me find, okay, zip ties. Maxime, what screen that kit come with? So the Trident kit right now, I think they're actually going to include a touchscreen, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So, and that's, I'm sure, subject to change. So I'm going to first grab the main harness here and making sure I get the zip tie around that tab. And then have all of this go through there. And this is nice and neat. And I've been doing 2 zip ties on these, on each. Right next to each other, just for a little, so I don't have to tighten it down as much, but I get more surface area there, hopefully, to keep things from shifting. And then I'm gonna take a third on this spot and just loosely grab that stepper wire. And that's gonna go, and I'm not gonna tighten that. I'm just gonna move this up in there and just kind of make sure it doesn't get caught anywhere. So. Just like that. The wire is so slick, I find it hard to get to stay even with zip ties. Yeah, but it'll be okay. So that's gonna go there. Now before I zip tie this, we're gonna check travel on this. And I think I'm gonna go right like that. We're just gonna move to the end of travel. I'm gonna move this down. I'm gonna pull this back until, sometimes you gotta push the, there we go. I think right there is where I wanna be. There we go. I wanna make sure that when I go there, I'm not putting any extra rubbing, any stress. If I pull this back at all, you see that now I've got a extra tension there at the end. So if I push this to the next spot, there's no spring back now, where there was spring back there. Now I see why they included a couple extra links. I want to add a couple of links over here. It doesn't have to. This would be just fine, just like this. Securing here, and then running it through here, everything would be just fine. There's no problem with that. But I think they included extra links because I believe these might be for a 250. So I'm gonna put 2 links here, and that's gonna bring this closer. Technically, so if we bring this all the way to the other end, and I guess pretty close, if we secured it right here, we'd be fine. We could get rid of all of these links here, and it would be fine, because you only need to. And then you can run like a wire wrap or something along here, and maybe the little extrusion zip tie clips or something, and it would be fine. But I'm gonna add a couple just because it looks a little better. Camera's unhappy, I know. I've got weird, well, and when too many things are in view or something, it gets confused. The lead screws on this are black. I'm not 100% sure what's gonna come with the kit. Using larger zip ties helps too. I use beefy ones just on the harness to tie them to the strain legs. Yeah, but you wanna make sure that at the small diameter, they're not pinching anywhere too. So, where are you sourcing all your parts for the 3D Sets buggy? Mostly Amazon. The fastener kit, I got most of them from Bolt Depot in the US. Is the camera okay right now or was it just that little period of time? It looks okay. You're tripping on a duck, no? What? Yeah, this is my camera. Let's see. I've got extra links here that they sent. And I think I only need 2. So I'm gonna pull one of these off with the help of a screwdriver. I don't have a lot of leverage here. Oh, okay. I got you, Jared. I'm gonna pull this end off. And then open the links. I see you got the muscle shirt today. Muscle's coming tomorrow. What? Muscle? And we'll put this on here and clip it into here. Making sure we don't grab any of the wires. Gotta run to Harbor Freight and buy some new tools. Have fun, Jared. Okay, now we get to do that whole thing again with picking the position of the chain. R2-D2. Oh, did someone think it looked like printed on abs or something? Okay, so let's do this again. I'll move all the way to the end. Looks like I got it right there. Doesn't spring back, so I'm gonna just tighten that in place. We also want to make sure it's not extending so far as to hit the panel, but we are fine. The problem is I'm trying to, oh, maybe I can do this. Maybe that'll help. That better? Okay, we're gonna get a couple more zip ties. Printed on abs, ABS. A good way to handle cheap tools when you have a occasional need is to use the cheap tool, and if you use it enough to have to replace it, then buy the expensive tool. Okay, so I'm putting this zip tie on loose, and then I'm going to see that travel there, and you might be able to see past the chat how that's moving. So I'm going to move this in its full travel, and then right around the middle of that, tighten the zip tie down. Just to pick your brain, what was your thought process on the hole positions on the front Z mounts for the Trident build plate? So the hole positions are all based around backwards or forward compatibility with Voron 1.8. A lot of design decisions on Trident were based on doing as much as possible in making a upgrade path from 1.8. So we didn't want to have a person upgrading have to drill new holes in their build plate. Now they did have to turn it 180 degrees, which means if you had the heater pre-applied, the wires come out the front, but that was preferable to deal with that than to drill new holes. And if someone wanted to drill new holes, they could, but okay, so this is going to go through here, but before I do that, I want to bring in the end stop pod wiring harness, which is this guy right here. Jaeger did the 1.8 to Trident upgrade. The wires coming out the front never bothers me in the least. Don't even notice it. And it's easy to make a little printed cover if you wanted to as well. Okay, so Z end stop pod. I'm gonna put the label on the controller side. I don't want to deal with that up here. So the reason I'm not zip tying this up into here yet, because I actually want to run this wire on the back side. So coming in from here, plugging this into the end stop board there, running it up in this little channel. And then when this all zip ties in here, it helps hold that back into the channel so it doesn't fall forward out of here. And you can't really see anything I'm doing, but hope that made sense. What do you think about hot sauce? I am not a real spicy food eater, so I'm a wimp. So now there are zip tie holders in this XY joint. So we've talked about here specific to this kit and it coming with the IGUS style with a wire management tab on them. In the Trident R1 files are some little printable tabs to do the same thing with on the 3-hole generic chains. There's a printable tab that can go here, and then for this side of this cable chain, there's a slot that we put in the XY bridge so you can anchor it here. And then there's a printable tab to go on the A stepper mount over here to anchor on this side. When you're wimpy enough, all sauces are hot sauce. I'm not at that point of wimpy, but I don't gravitate towards putting hot sauce on things. Okay, so that's all there and that's nice and neat. Get in here and clip these. There we go. Wires are tucked, mostly. No, they're not. I'll push these in here. I think they're okay. Next, and since I had to add two links to the other side, I'm gonna proactively add 2 links to this side. Same thing, we're gonna grab this end and do the same mod that the chain guide on LDO's dock site says. And this can go back on since it's open on the same side as the chain is. This side come off. We can put this on. Okay. So if anybody here really likes hot sauce and you're in the US or wherever, one of our friends here, Pex Peppers, if you've seen him in chat, he sells hot sauce and I hear it's good, but if you search for Pex Peppers on the Discord, you'll find him, and I'm sure he'd appreciate if you wanted to try any. And that is completely not sponsored, not whatever. I just know that he does that, and I hear he makes good stuff. It's Pex, P-E-X, yeah, like Dead Bob said in chat, Pex Peppers. My Agus chains on the X-axis was 1 bit too long. Yeah. How are we doing on the... Okay, we're doing okay on the responses. I got a bunch coming in. I can hear it every time. A couple hundred viewers. Okay, so we've got a zip tie here I want to cut out. Now we can lay this through here. And we've got both wires, the XY end stop, both harnesses, the XY end stop and the main harness coming through here. Just laying all of these nice and flat through the chain. And then I got another zip tie here I'm gonna cut. Okay. I'm gonna pull this out, this here, and let's go ahead and put this on, being careful not to pinch any wires. I never put the T-nut here, so let's grab one. Almost nobody is pressing like. Oh, we bumped, since you said that, we bumped over 100 likes. That went in there with finger pressure, that's good. Bill just poured a dab of hot sauce on the like button. No automated reminders. I don't run any of those. There's no reason not to. I just haven't gone through to the process to set any of those like stream elements or anything like that up. Move this over. There we go. So that's there. And this one. Yeah, this build is going quicker than I expected it to. I went back and looked at my first on-stream Trident build, and I think we're ahead of that one time-wise per hour spent, but I'm not sure. Merch first. I don't know what I would do for merch. I feel like I need to be a bigger channel before I start thinking about merch. And if it happens, it happens. But right now, I'm pretty pleased with how things have happened. So, I mean, I'm approaching 5,000 subscribers. That's amazing for what I do. We are going to secure the wires right here. And I don't want a lot of extra here because we want to make sure we have enough room on the bottom to get to the breakout board. So I'm going to bend these in. I want it to loop back a little bit, but very little, like that. Like that. Let's see. Why does Trident use cable chains instead of an umbilical? Because I like cable chains, especially when we don't have a ton of headroom here. There's lots of mods for umbilicals though. Did I miss this? John T, thanks for becoming a member. I did miss that. I don't remember saying that. So thank you. The other thing is coming up with designs. I would totally be thrilled with anything Charlie related. Okay, so tight here. And then we'll get the position on the other side. So I'm gonna use two zip ties here, making sure this is as tight as I can get into there without crimping the wires. So this just a nice little loop. Andrew, got my ES15. Had to return one because the impact function wasn't working. Ooh, interesting. The second one was working great. Definitely helps with all the little screws. Awesome. Charlie saying crimping is hard, especially without thumbs. These cable chains are IGUS. They are not. They're a generic, but they follow the IGUS layout in that they use a 2-hole, oh shoot, and I forgot something. They use a 2-hole mount and they have the little wire management tab. But I can't get in there without it, so I need to redo these because I need to put the second screw in here. It's important to have both screws in there because that keeps it from moving, from rotating. Hi, DeFinch. Let's see. Getting in here and making sure we don't pinch any wires is important. There we go. So I'm going to tighten both of those so now it's holds it in place. Steve Builds, got my Trident serialized last week. Congratulations. There are still a lot of things to optimize, but it's a milestone at least. Had to decide on good enough for a serial. Yep, as long as you meet the requirements, the wire management and a deck plate and printing, it's all good. I wonder if I get it. I've started helping with issuing serials, and I always get excited when I see Tridents because I want to see those numbers go up. They've been going up. I'm very pleased with the rate that it's increasing. I just like to see more. And then I'm going to flip the heads of these down just for aesthetic reasons. Get them out of the way. Now, did you connect up the X, Y, end stop? Yes, I did. It's all connected and the wire's running in its little channel. It's not perfectly in the channel, but it's holding in place. It's not going to get in the way. And your mainboard jumpers have to be aligned. Yes. You're also an exceptional teacher, helping us to make our hobby of building 3D printers easier and better. I appreciate that. It's just the little things as you're going through a build help to determine your level of success. So if anything can be, if I learn from you guys, you learn from me, that's good. Okay, so we're going back and forth through here. So we're looking at that travel, and now we're going to tighten down about the middle of it. Leo said something. Isn't that chain too long? Will it hit before the carriage gets to the front? And you know what? I'm realizing I didn't actually test this before this side I wanted to tie down, but this side, oh, that's perfect. I've got it in a good spot. There's no tension. There's nothing happening when I hit the front. So I'm hitting the front of travel. Nothing's happening here. I go all the way back and we're good. So we're good. I picked a good spot there. I don't even have to change it. But what I would do is adjust the position of the chain so that this doesn't get bound up or tweak on the ends too much. Are V1 VT conversions getting serial update to VT prefix? You can, not officially, you just change your name. So they're all whatever. There's no need to reapply for a serial when you go from V1 to VT. Hey, Wallygator. I did get lucky, but I wanted to go through checking that. I just don't have to change it. So I'm gonna sneak a screwdriver in here and tighten that down so it doesn't shift. Hi, Andres. Okay, so second zip tie here. See you, Colin. We'll be here a good while. There we go. Any reason why the cable chain holder on the XY tends to bend back towards the back when homing? Are you talking about this? So if we're homing, it doesn't move. So if on a Trident, any reason why the cable chain holder on the XY tends to bend back towards the back when homing? There shouldn't be any pressure on it. If there's pressure on it, then you want to make sure your chains are aligned, you've got the right ends on. There shouldn't be any stress on here. This isn't bending. Okay, then we can bring this to the inside, and this will end up going down this little there we go. Down this little channel. Hi, John. There's a wire cover that goes back there. I'll put that on in a bit. Let me clean up the zip tie ends here. Okay, maybe we can go around this way. Ah, yeah, that'll work. So we've got the wire management along here. This and the stepper. LDO included a split loom harness here. The channel gets crowded. It really shouldn't be crowded. I mean, yeah, let's see if I can get a good view there. I mean, there's lots of space there. Maybe what kind of wire? Or do you have extra? I mean, even with the stealth burner wires, it shouldn't be too bad. Hey, Couplet, or Kai, welcome. Were the fans the correct polarity? I think from the 2.4 build, they were backwards. I should check. I missed the first part painting my daughter's car. Awesome, what color? Now we'll see how you manage that 2x7 plug through that small panel hole. Yeah, we'll find out. I had the split loom crammed in there. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna push the split loom up, but this is the nice cloth stuff. So I don't anticipate a problem. Some extra, there we go. Hey John, welcome. We were going to sidetrack and can I get any kind of, I'm just gonna get my glasses on and double check the polarity on these. On this side, I need a flashlight too. Flashlight. The part cooling fan is correct. Oh, the hot end fan is backwards. Hot end fan is backwards. Thank you for reminding me to check that. So now I gotta flip those. Jet black, someone broke out a window and stole her hood? Why would someone steal a hood? It fit, just got tight. I ran it from the end of the cable chain all the way through the deck. Makes the wires very nearly invisible. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to flip the pins on this connector after I double check. Yeah, it is backwards. Wonder why is it backwards? That's really weird because, oh yeah, it's just it's not weird. It is, they just assembled this connector wrong. Hopefully I can do this without damaging the plug. Sorry for not great view. There we go. One of them's out. There we go. Okay, let me let Charlie in. Oh, no, Charlie out. I'm gonna grab just a sharp edge to bend these pins, the tabs back into place. The bonnet, the hood or the bonnet, which is it? So around the world, where is it a bonnet just in the UK or where else is it a bonnet? I know you mentioned before you go to SEMA. Any chance you'll be there this year? The plan is, yeah, the plan is to go to SEMA this year. I'm gonna be busy because I'm going to Murph. I think I'm gonna try to go to IRF, and then I'll be at SEMA. Charlie wanted out right now. No idea, but the UK is always right. Okay, let's get this back in. Just have to flip these around. Flip those around. Thank you for reminding me to check that, because they were incorrect. And now they are correct. Okay. Hopefully I run into you. I've been going for the past 10 years or so. Awesome. So what is your connection to the industry, and how do you get your ticket? I've been going, I think I went to my first one around the year 2000. I've been going for, I think I've been 16 of the last 20 years or so. I've only missed a few. I'll be at Murph with Fabrico. Awesome. Be sure to say hi, Kyle. We do need a barf. If it's an EV, is it a bonnet or a boot? It's a boot. Especially if you're Canadian, right? A boot? Sorry, that was bad. Good friend owns a shop that I've done work for, so I get tickets through him. Awesome. Okay, I threw all these little clips in here, I think. There they are. So these little frame clips are just a zip tie mount. And they go right in here like these. We'll evenly space them. That looks pretty good. I wonder how close I actually got that to even. $110, $114. Move that one down a little bit. Angry Nero noises. What Nero noises? Oh, the Aboot comment. Okay, so we got these. We're going to grab our stepper wires from here. Kyle Davis, $2. Thank you. I can post a pic in G-Chat on the Voron Discord. A pic of, what am I missing? Murph and Earth, open to the public, or do you need an invite? So Murph is absolutely, you don't even have to sign up, you just show up. Earth, I think there are, it's open to the public for sure, but I think there are some tickets, but they're not expensive. I think they're like $10. If there's a barf, we need a SoCal rep wrap, a scarf. You can scarf and barf. Americans don't even have a name for the years 2000, 2009. The UK wins by calling them the Naughties. Okay. A stepper. I'm gonna plug this in here, and then I just kind of, the microfit kind of sets in the extrusion slot right there just fine. So I'm gonna grab that, and I'm gonna grab all of these first. Take the split loom here. work this on here. I don't know if I'm gonna want to cut this short or... Cut this zip tie out. I don't know how well you guys can see what I'm doing. Here, let's rotate a little bit. Just getting Bay Area Maker Faire back would be making me happy. I've never been. I never got a chance. I don't know how long it's been since they've had one, but I heard it got a little too like commercial, right? The Bay Area Maker Faire. I'm just working this. There we go. Now I left the stepper wire out of here because I'm going to try to run my... I'm going to try to run this up into the slot here and then slip the stepper wire in up here midway. There we go, like that. So that'll go like that. This will be up inside. Bay Area Maker Faire got too big to be enjoyable. Posted the pic in chat. Let me see, what pic do we have there? G-chat. Oh, okay, the side pack thing here. Makes it wide, but I like it. Good job. Here, let's do this. For the benefit of, yes, there we go. For the benefit of chat, that is what Kyle's referring to being posted in Discord. Minimize that. There we go. Just in case someone's not on the Discord that's in here. Neat. Regarding the Torx, McMaster has them all even cheaper than here in Germany. Yeah, it's just in general, the selection or the price is going to be more, I think, for Torx than hex head. Okay, now we are going to twist this a little bit. Everything is good. Everything goes up here. That I'm going to tweak in there, and then we can zip tie all this together. There and there. And then these just go right down like that, and then it sneaks into the deck. We'll adjust the camera angle here in a second. How are we doing on the drawing, everybody? What do we got? Another hour and 15 minutes before we're drawing. A good number of responses. A good number of people in chat. Why does this printer have belts? All the cool kids are using lead screws and servo motors now. That's V3. V3 is the printer that nobody can afford to build. You're missing out if you don't. Yeah, the Voron Discord's pretty good. For the number of people out there, the level of moderation required is pretty small. I'm putting the ones that are going to go over here to... Oh, I just realized there isn't enough of this sleeving to do both sides. I don't think there's enough even if I cut this in half. So I think we need more sleeving. How long would that be if we cut it in half? Yeah, we need more. Yeah. I think we need more. Let's check that. I don't want to just assume. We're gonna spend a little extra time here seeing if I've got a half worth left. So and since now is the time to do it, let's pull this down. I have the sleeving going up into the wire channel here. Let's pull it down, and because it's all black wires, so it looks good anyway. Let's take it to up right here. Let's take it to right here and just grab all of that right there. And then it's gonna end right at this connector. All this is good. If we go down here, yeah, see, we're still not anywhere near enough. This is, let's give a little bit here. Even doing that, and we cut it, say, here, we've only got that much left for the other side. So we don't have enough to do both sides. So I'm gonna go back to running this all the way up, because why not? Let me see. What's the difference between a lead screw and a ball screw? Aren't they the same, but one has a ball-based rider? So a ball screw has a machined profile. The thread in it is machined for a ball bearing. And there are recirculating ball bearings within the ball screw nut. So there is no play. A lead screw has an Acme thread cut in the lead screw. I'm trying to find something I can demonstrate it on. And there has to be play there. So if you do this, you see there's a tiny bit of play there. It doesn't matter for us because gravity is our friend. But there's that little bit of play in order for that to not bind up. A ball screw doesn't have any play because it has actual ball bearings recirculating through the nut. And there's a coinciding profile machined in the lead, I mean the shaft, for those bearings to roll in. I stuff the other side in the channel and use a slot cover. Yeah, that's probably a good idea too. I like that idea. That's probably what we'll do here. But I'm gonna get this all the way back up and just entering that slot there. But I wanted to check. I wasn't quite sure if I had enough there. and it was worth taking the time to check. Ball leads are the new hype now. We just have to get them affordable. Yeah, affordable and at the price point, reasonable quality. Okay, so let's redo these. Told Nero in the stream he did before Rapid that I wanted ball screws on my Z. Told me it was overkill. Well, for the most part it is. Because, like I said, this little bit of play, vertical play here, doesn't matter because we've got a heavy bed holding everything down. And I'm not caught up to chat. Just use T-slot covers. Yes, that's what we'll do. Yeah. Don't sound fundamentally expensive to me, just needs more companies with the special cutters. Yeah, well, it's machining the shafts on those. Okay, back to cleaning this up and sending our wires down into the deck. Take this off. Can't do Core XY with ball screws. That's true. And someone asked before how I'm gonna get the 14-pin connector through the deck. Well, LDO thought of that. This piece is unique. It is different from the other side. It's wider here to cover a wider hole in the deck panel. So if you see, it fits right in. They did think of that. But you could also lift the panel here if you didn't have that. You can easily lift the panel here enough to get get that connector through. So, and this goes back. Clee, I sent a bunch of people your way for Super Green. I hope that wasn't a problem. Okay, this side is done. Nice and neat. Let's go ahead and put this cover on up here, I guess. Yeah. Where is it? There it is. And I think we need a 3x12. Yeah, I think 3x12 will work. Nice. Now the other side, while we're up here, let's grab the... So in this case, we're not going to use these if we're going to just shove in the... And just shove it in the extrusion slot. But we're going to want to also get our LED lighting wiring in there. So Chat's in a little way there. Let's see where. I think I might have left the slot cover stuff that LDO includes in the other room. Let me be right back. I have a piece, but I don't think that's the piece that the kit came with. I think I'm suffering from getting a couple of little things mixed up. Let's see if this is enough. Oh, this is enough. This will do it. So that's gonna go in there and hold that, but I don't really want to put it in yet. Let's get the LED wiring in place. What? I came back too soon. Still his hood while he's gone. Focus is drunk again? Oh, yeah, it is. I think there's, I'm trying, I've got too much going on here. It's having a hard time. Is that better right now? It looks okay right now. We're gonna get the LED strips. Yep, LED extension cables. When you step away, the focus jumps around. If anybody has any suggestions on how to fix that. Okay, so we have LED strips. I guess while we're here, we might as well just do this right now. I think that's probably a good idea. Then that will finish the wiring from the top side. Hi, Jason Taylor. And then we've got this wire. So let's do turn off autofocus, but manual focus is such a pain in the neck. Have to remember. Hi, Charlie. Your audio is much better today, and I know why. Because I've got the... What the hell? What are you doing, Charlie? It's taken off that way again. Okay. Whew. I have a plate of LED strips. This is the OSEC plate, which I am prepared now to fully recommend this OSEC plate, at least for ABS. I have not printed anything but ABS on it, but I also have not touched this with soap and water. I've only used IPA to clean it, and I'm not getting any corner lifting. So for ABS prints, I have no qualms recommending that. Okay. Let's try something. Let's let's do this on its side. I've got two different, I mirrored half of these so that the shields are always to the front of the printer. So I need to grab the right ones each time. There we go. Just got my Revo installed. That was a Swift PID tune. Yeah, the Revo heats up and cools down really fast. Has Charlie ever stepped on a pre-warming bed? Yes, he did when we were working on the switch wire. He stepped on it for half a moment and stepped right off real quick. OSEC is great for PLA too. I just haven't tried it. I can give my recommendation as an ABS build surface, but I haven't tried anything else. Hey, Charlie. Let me reach by you here. Right now I'm adding 0.5 millimeter shims to my bearing stacks to widen the idlers to help with my belt rub, but I have an original Trident shortly after release. I would, before I added shims, I don't agree with adding shims in between your idlers. I don't think that's a great idea. You're gonna add just a different kind of belt wear there. I would recommend making sure your 20-tooth pulleys are perfectly lined up. Use the new front idlers. I don't think that that putting shims in between the bearings is the answer. Inspection underway. Yep. I love how Steve Builds and Charlie move around each other without a care. Yeah. Well, we're at nearly 15 years. Nearly 15 years old. Just picking out the, there we go. Is that it? I feel like I need more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, that's what the LDO guide said to print. There should be 18 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 6, 18. Yep. Okay. This side is going to be the short side. You're an old couple, cat and feeder by now. Yeah. Do you do anything when changing between materials? I'm finding after PLA that ABS won't stick, and the same going the other way. I'm thinking different plates for different materials. Just clean really well. I don't often switch. I mean, the vast majority of my printing is ABS. Okay, so that's in there. And then we have a PCB for, I think that's gonna have to go right here. Yeah, and there's a little printed printed part for the PCB. It's this guy. So we're going to do this, and then a couple of M3x8s and a couple of hammerhead T-nuts. And he's gonna fall asleep and I'm gonna have to move the printer. Someone should create a 3D model of Charlie. That would be awesome. I would be so thrilled if that happened. I am not an organic modeler though. Is there any light diffuser for the LED strip? Not for these. The idea is this shields it so you're not blinded when you're looking from the front of the printer. But this particular setup isn't a light strip. Okay, so this I'm just gonna put in right there. Oh, and that didn't twist right. There we go. That did. And that one did. So then we're gonna do right there. And let's move this to where that pushes there. Let's try right there, just a little bit forward from the back extrusion, because I'm gonna put a short piece of that cover in here just to help hold everything in place. Then we're gonna take this, probably run it right past Mr. Charlie. Will this go through here? Oh, it's just too big to slide in behind that. And everything is just too, I guess we'll just have to take that around like that. Okay. This. Okay. There. So I don't have to move Charlie yet. I'll do this upside down. How do you print one of those LED mounts for your LED strips? The STL I saw was only one link. You just add a bunch. And my recommendation is take half of them and mirror them. You see, each piece is just individual and they clip into the extrusion and slide in. I could depin the connector, you're right. I might do that. Powell. Out of curiosity, why are the LED pieces separated? So you can just print as many as you need for the different sizes. There's lots of solutions out there though. I think there's plenty of mods for one-piece things. And it'd be really hard to print one for like a 350 on. Yeah, I think I will depin it. I don't know how to say your name. Glaup? Pet the cat. Yes, I will pet the cat. For 2, what is R? What currency is that? Doesn't the PTFE tube interfere with the fins of the LED mount? It does, it can rub on it. I haven't found any problems with that. I run these on both of my Tridents and haven't had any trouble. It does make a noise as it hits them, but it hasn't hurt anything. My boyfriend loves your streams. Could you wish Daniel a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Daniel. I hope you have a wonderful one. Real from Brazil. Awesome. Welcome. Gary Putnam, $5 Charlie Bed Fund. Thank you. There we go. He's lazy and just stuck the LEDs to the underside. Never print that close to the top anyways. Where are you going now, Charlie? I want this. There we go. Give him a little hand down. Okay, so this is going to go around here. And that is, yeah, things aren't quite long enough here, is a problem. So I need to make note of that because this doesn't actually reach. I could pull all of this to where it doesn't go all the way to the front of the printer. Bring this back a little bit, but I don't really like that idea. I think the LED wires are just not quite long enough. It's either this bottom one. Let's see if we can get a overall view here. If I'm running this along the wire path, just trying to keep things out of the way and hidden, it's not quite long enough to plug in and not pull out of the extrusion. Let's see, what am I gonna do here? And then this one here, that's pretty much as far over as I can move this and still have this be neat. Let's see. Try putting the LED strip in from the other end. Not sure I'm following. You know, that might be part of it, is they're not full. They're sized for the same as a you're probably right. You're absolutely right. Barnyard. I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think everything is sized for that, so that these are back from the front. So but that's valid. That's exactly the kind of feedback we need to give, is this needs to be adjusted. So I'm going to correct that just in this by just putting this around the middle of the just about a Z idler back from the front. P3, how long until the drawing? About 45 minutes. Yeah, I think the exact, Barnyard hit it right there. These are sized the same as a 300 2.4 without accounting for the LED strip being able to go all the way to the front. I think that's exactly what's going on. And this will probably be able to move to the side down here, because I think that's where it's intended to be. So let's go through and do all of that. Yeah, good thing I mirrored them. Then you can't tell. So let's pull this off and put it right here. And you're right, John. I can print a few more segments just to fill that gap. So let's put this, see if we can get away with putting that there. And then how far does this have to go in order to reach that? Not very far. Not super thrilled with that. I think I'm gonna move this back to the top here because I want this to be a little closer to the front. Moving this far, I think has given us enough to get, yeah, okay. We're gonna move this circuit, the breakout board here, back to the top side. Back here. See you when you get back, Jose. Your LDO 2.4 R2 kit was just delivered. Congrats, have fun with the build. Does the kit come with extrusion cable covers? Yes, I don't think, I've misplaced some of them, but I have enough to get through, I think. Or I can grab from my own stash. I gotta figure out where I put them. I know it came with them. I need to figure out where I put them. Okay, so we're gonna put that right there. And this is gonna go into the next one. Actually, it's gonna go, I want that to be as far as possible. And then this is gonna go, then I got tons of room. Actually, I have tons of room, so I'm just gonna go right there. Jason Taylor, $10. I've learned a lot from your content. Thank you so much. I look forward to putting my LDO 2.4 kit together when it comes. Thank you. I'm glad to be helpful. What is going on here? Let's start cutting some pieces. I don't have to move it very far back from the front in order to get enough space here. I mean, basically one link is, I think, enough to, maybe I put this on the underside here with that little bit of extra room and make it easier to hide. Yeah. And let's go right here. Should LDO do longer wiring or longer LED strips? I think ideally they would probably like to do something that's consistent between 2.4 and Trident. So it may be a recommendation to space it back like I am. I don't know how much effect losing the not having them all the way to the front is going to have. It doesn't have any real effect on a 2.4. So, hey, see you, John. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm gonna start cutting bits of stuff, bits of these to hide this wiring. So I think I'm just going to use this entire piece right here. Just fully hide this. And I think I should be able to pull this. This should be free to move in here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now, I'm gonna cut this a little short because it's pulling on the wires, and plus I want to make this go further. I use one of these PTFE cutters to cut these. It works pretty well. I'm gonna cut enough off to manage the wires down here as a start. So then this is gonna go right here. And that'll let me move this around. I'm gonna cut a piece for right here. Let me move that around. There we go. Now the remainder of this, I think, will work well to grab this. There we go. That's pretty neat. And we're about 2 links forward from the back. That looks reasonable. About 2 links from the back. I mean, from the front. How are we doing on the drawing? How many entries do we have? We have a good number of entries. Afterburner looks super clean. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how it came out, especially, I mean, this is Sparta Sparkle Fluorescent Blue and Sparkle Obsidian Black. And this black is just so nice. The blue is too, but most of your Sparkle blacks end up being a really dark gray. Okay. Now let's work on managing this other wire. So we've got the LED strip wiring, which you guys suggested I just take the connector off so I can run it up there. And I think that's a good idea. There's nothing wrong with doing that. So let's depin this and run it through there. There's just not quite enough space here to sneak it in. Does the channel covers come with the kit now? Channel covers do come with the kit, but I can't find all the ones that I'm pretty sure came with this kit. And I don't want to spend time on stream looking for it. So I'll look after stream. But I've got a bunch of these channel covers. I buy them from openbuilds.com, and you look for wire cover. They're really nice. The open build stuff is nicer than what LDO includes in the kit. The stuff that LDO includes in the kit is serviceable, but the open build stuff is just the next level of working well. Okay, put this back together and then plug into the harness. So now this is gonna go there. And so I'm gonna, here, maybe we can get a look here. This is, so the stuff on the left there is the stuff that Open Builds includes. I mean, no, LDO includes this one. This is the Open Builds. Now this is intended for V-slot, but it works really well in these. So several lengths of this come in the kit. I don't know exactly where mine went, so I'm grabbing some of my stock here. At the end of this, I'll be adding up how much I used and give some solid feedback on how much I think the kit should include. So I'm gonna split this into 2 spots. So I'm gonna go about there. I'm gonna go the other way on this. There we go. There, now it's in. Wish we had fancy ABS and ASA like Spartas over the side of the globe. I don't know what are the good filament vendors outside the, or in that side of the globe. Printable models for channel covers. Yeah, I haven't used any. The open build stuff is so nice and it's pretty affordable. So I haven't tried any. So I'm going to try the LDO stuff here because it's about the right length for what I need already. So I'm gonna grab it, do something like this. Right, like that. There we go. Prusa's ASAs, they've started to come out with more color choices, but they've just started. Maybe I can go through here without. Nope, I gotta pull that off in order to get through there. There we go. That and that. I've printed the models for channel covers and also bought open builds. Printed works well and is cheap, but open build is awesome. Yeah. What do I have here? So I've got a USB for the Pi. I've got a Z stop and bed thermistor and LED strip. Okay. You excited about the Prusa XL? I'm excited about the things that are new, that they're innovating on. The bed, I'm excited to see how well that works, and I'm excited about the extruder. I'm puzzled with what they're going to do about bed tramming, since I don't know that they're gonna do any kind of automatic tramming. I'm afraid they're gonna do the same ram it into the end of travel like they do with the Mark III, but I don't know that. I still think it's funny that outside of Ali, Prusa is not technically the largest supplier of, or is now technically the largest supplier of Voron kits. I don't know if there are any numbers for that. It could be. I got a buddy who ordered the Prusa XL, excited to see it and test it. Yeah, I decided, if I was making the decision now, when it first came out, I would probably put a deposit down on it, knowing that it's refundable and I could decide not to. But just to get on the list, I probably should have, but I didn't. But I'm not worried about it either. Try to order one now. Who knows when I'm going to get it. Okay. Let's flip this around. So we have LEDs on wired. A little bit of feedback, but I think how LDO decides to correct this is kind of up to them and flexible. I can see them wanting to keep the wiring for the LEDs the same between this and 2.4. The right time to plant a tree is always now. Yes. So I had taken the breakout board off because I was checking something on the other printer. So that's there. Hey Steve, are there any parts of the LDO 2.4 kit that you would recommend to self-source because of quality? No. No, I don't have any concerns about anything that they've included. And I'm very pleased to see on this Trident kit that there is plenty of 14-pin wire harness here. This is a little tight on the 2.4 kit as far as wire length, but that's really good. And I'm probably going to use, let's try this. There we go. Probably going to use this little zip tie the harness right there. Keep it nice and neat. Look at those symmetrical DIN rail holes. Yes, exactly. It's the right, well, you can't really see it there, but yes, you know. Okay, I'm not gonna plug that in, but I think I am gonna zip tie this while I'm thinking about it. Let's see if we can get a little better angle this way and maybe switch back and forth between like this camera and the other. So these deck panel supports, they have a built-in zip tie channel. I'm going to use that to just kind of grab that because I think it's a good spot to do it. And then I'm going to pull all this up out of the way because we need to put all the wire, all the channels in here and stuff. Yeah, that worked pretty well. Hope we can have the pressure sensor on Voron nozzles. Pressure sensors in a 3D printed nozzle. That's, I don't know how that would work. Finally just got my camera installed and that USB-C mod from Hearts worked out great. Awesome. I've got a similar, but I'm using a slimmer micro USB adapter that I need to make a tweak to the model for. Okay, we're gonna go back here and we're gonna go, we're outside the realm of the assembly manual. So we're gonna go to the LDO site. Let's go back to the beginning and go to Voron and go to the Trident kit and the wiring guide. a strain gauge for measuring nozzle pressure. I can see that, yeah. I think Bruce is doing some level of that, right? Okay, so this is all very draft status, but we're gonna look through it and get some general idea of how things should be laid out. So we did the rails. And this is important. You wanted them spaced such as this next to the hole in the deck and next to the stepper mount here. 1 and 2. And then the wire ducts. So all these wire ducts, and I feel like that's a little, maybe a little overkill, but we'll go with it. So we're gonna try to follow this. We've got a lot of cutting of these ducts to do and a little bit of planning on how they're going to lay in there. Let's see, what does this say? You place the electronics components as shown in the image below. Use the provided VHB tape to install the wiring ducts. Use a piece of 33 centimeter duct, remove the cover and cut the base into 3 segments. Leave the duct cover as a single piece. Well, that's good. That's good to know. So that's for A. So that's going across here. So we're gonna cut the duct into pieces and leave the top so we can snap it over all of them. Eddie. Eddie has a beard and a dog, a pet. A very cute pet. Let's see. So we got a bunch of this stuff. Looks like with this, we can cut this piece. Are all these the same length? These 3 are the same length, okay. Yeah, I've already used all the ones on the 2.4, so I'm not getting them mixed up. All these pieces go down in here. So, here, I'm gonna get a little marker. Let's go blue. Where's blue? There. Do a blue marker. And we'll just start measuring these out to where I want to cut them. Let's go, and they're not going to be exact. They will be very close. So I'm just marking it and cutting it. This stuff cuts so easy and probably just bends. There we go. So that's going to go right there. Clean up the end here, just and rubbing alcohol and VHB tape. Where's the VHB tape? There it is. VHB and a paper towel will be. That was not intentional. Oops. Okay, let me start over. I think you can hear me. If I installed this the length that they recommend, then I'm not going to be able to get to the bolts for these DIN rail mounts. So I cut it a little shorter so I can still get to them. It's still going to be effective and it's going to work, but oh, I forgot. Okay, let's do a little bit of cleaning. Cleaning here. Just try not to touch anything. There we go. Are the DIN rails bolted down or do they mount entirely with those brackets? They mount entirely with the brackets on the Trident. So there's no extrusions to bolt to on the other side like on a 2.4. So I'm gonna cut two. You don't need to use full lengths of VHB on these wire channels. I like to use just little segments of it to save VHB. So just little strips of it. A good IPA wipe before sticking stuff down. Absolutely. This stuff works best when it's stuck to a clean surface. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna cut all of these to the right lengths. I've got a very short one down here, so I'm gonna clean this up. I'll have to vacuum and clean up after this stream for sure. And then I guess right there. He's right, it's not holding 20 pounds, so why waste tape? Yeah. Clean this up a little bit, just a tiny piece right here. Can you measure those ducts in case we want to source our own? I got some, but they were way too wide. Yeah, absolutely. So these are outer dimensions 20 millimeters wide. Inside is 18-ish. 25 millimeters. Oops, sorry. 25 millimeters tall. So 20 by 25, does that make sense with what looks to be available out there? And then we're gonna put a piece in between here. So first I'm gonna clean up an end. Just like that. And then in between the bolts here, rather than in between the, let's go right there. For this wire channel to be effective, you don't have to go to the very ends of everything. All it does is give you somewhere to grab the wires and manage it. So then, oh, it's this piece that I want. There we go. Wife aggro, roll of D20s to save. I am gonna have so many freaking emails to clean up. I did not have this last Sunday. I'm getting an email for every, I hope not every, but every few at least, entries in the drawing. I used the same form, so I don't know what happened there. Why I'm getting an email for every one. Okay, so this is all gonna go across here. Now the concern I have, the slight concern I have, is that they need to line up. So I guess what I'm gonna try is put these on. I'm just gonna roll them down the end because it seems easier. Put these on here and drop it. I think I'm gonna go like that. So what I'm going to do is take the tape off of one, or maybe off of all of them. I don't know how well this is gonna work. Let's find out. Because of so much going on here with the way this is laid out, this is much more fiddly to get set up than the 2.4 kit. Almost time for that drawing. Yep, 10 more minutes, folks. 10 more minutes before I close the entry form. Okay, so this is gonna go like this. I think I need to not fight gravity on this. So give me a minute. I'm gonna turn this. Oh, there goes the... Hey, Dark Neutrino. Okay. So instead of fighting gravity, I can do this. And this top needs to get shortened. I think I'm gonna shorten it by About that much. I'm doing well. We are making some good progress. We're T-minus 9 minutes to giving away a set of LDO linear rails for a Trident. Okay, so cut that down a little bit. And then we are going to line this up in here. Place it just like that. Then I can get to everything. Everything lines up. Don't have to worry about making sure they're in a line. Is this going to be another 5-hour stream? That's the plan, as long as my microphone hangs on. I didn't 100% charge it. So the entry form is in the description and it's pinned. So if anybody hasn't signed up yet. Okay, so that is going there. One done. This comes off there. Oh, I'm getting a flurry of email activity. Yeah, we got a lot of entries. Let's see if we can get up to 200 likes. If we've got that many entries, we've got to be able to get to 200 likes, right? I don't even know what we're at right now because it's being cut off. We have 262 people watching. I know adding Cable Raceway is mesmerizing. Oh, it did. Just passed. We were close then. Okay, this is what we're following. So we just did the A Raceway, and I think we'll come down here and do the E Raceway next. Or I'm gonna flip the printer over to do that because that worked out pretty well. Yeah, the E Raceway next, and then the rest of them are just filling in the gaps, so. Oh, there goes that. What? What was that? Oh, well, that's interesting. I lost how did I lose? Oh, I see. Okay, I'll fix that later. Lost one of the LED shields. Okay, so we're gonna put one across here. I have no idea why they want us to put one right in here, but we might as well, I suppose. These need to be spaced out a little bit because we have rear panel stuff, power wiring and stuff like that. So we don't want to get in the way of that. So we're going to space them out a little bit. Let's take the end off of here. Where are we at? 4 more minutes. You managed to catch a stream. Thanks for the tip on assembling the frame. It helps me with my 2.4 build. Awesome. Stromsticket? Good. Okay, we are gonna go across here. This one doesn't look like it's really critical in the length, so I'm just gonna pick a right about there. I'm just cleaning up the edges. Three more minutes. 3 more minutes and my phone can stop going crazy. Just make sure I got all these. Does one not simply join a giveaway without pressing the like button? Exactly. Exactly. I vote for Charlie time. There's been quite a bit of Charlie time. We'll get more Charlie time before the end of the stream. Got 2 more minutes. You know what I should be doing? I've got this piece here. I need to use up the rest of that. Do I really? Okay, so there's gonna be 2 pieces here. Putting one here just helps hold everything. Sure. Derek, $20. Thanks for the content. How much loose should I leave the Z block in 2.4 to make the quad gantry responsive to twists? Not. I'd tighten it up. I mean, not like, not 2 Ugga tight, but maybe 1 Ugga tight. It should be firm. Don't worry about leaving it loose. It'll have enough play in the gantry to do its thing. I'm going to cut this to just enough to give something for it to grab onto. Just cut the cover basically is all that's going to go in here, I think. What are we at? 1 o'clock. We are right there. So I am going to clean this and put a little bit here. Now remember, it must be present to win. And we'll give 2 or 3 minutes if someone isn't here immediately. Okay. Drawing time. I am closing the no more responses in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End. Okay, nobody got in that 5 seconds, so everybody who wants to be in probably was. Raise hand. I call dibs on the prize. Leave them loose. Does Polymaker offer any discounts for us? I didn't see anything in Discord. Not that I know of. Their stuff isn't terribly priced to begin with. They do a good job. Okay, give me a second. This is, let me look at sheets here. Let me make sure. Hopefully this does this correctly. Yes, this is a new sheet. grab the entries here. I'm slow at this because I'm not used to it. 400 and something. Cross-checking likes to entries. Let's go here. It's pasting. It should be pasting. There we go. It is pasted. That's not right. Something is not right. Hold on. Oh, that's wrong. I'm glad I caught that. Delete. That was last week's thing. What is going on? This is not right. Okay, I have all the responses right here. Let me do something here. The export, because I based it on the same form, I think, the export to CSV isn't working right. Yeah, that's not working right. Let's, I've got this. It's just trying to figure out what the best way to fix it is. Let's just do this. Let's just delete that. I don't need that. Yep, that's what it's doing. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Hand type them all. That's not working, so that's okay. Okay. Now let me export this. It's not exporting correctly now. Let's try this. Shoot. That's what I get for recycling a form. That's what I get for recycling a form. I didn't know that was a problem. I've got all the responses here, so no worries there. Let's do this. Just be patient. Nope. I just export it directly as a CSV and we should be okay. And now I need to, where did that go? Let's go here. Now I need to go back. I'm gonna take off of here so I can do this properly. On the top and under Charlie's supervision. Thanks for your patience. I was not expecting this, but it's okay. We will be fine. Let me go here and do a blank and import this CSV I exported. Let's open. Upload, select a file. And we are... We're good. Awesome. Okay, I got the right list. It's the right number of entries. Last week's was 600 and something. Zombie Hedgehog, thanks for becoming a member. Now we have 400 and something. So I know we're good. I've got the list. I've got it copied. Go back here and paste it. There we go, 443 entries. One minute left on the spool, have to go change. Okay, let's go a number between 5 and 16. Just the first two numbers that came in my head that were reasonable. Let's go lucky number 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You ready? Spin. Og Rob, are you here? Congratulations. Og Rob. Do we have an Og Rob in the house? Og Rob is not taggable. So we've got 108. When the clock hits 110. Oh, Og Rob is here. Congratulations, Og. Awesome. Congratulations. Awesome. Sorry for the delay leading up to that, but it worked out. Congrats, Og Rob. I will give your email address. Let me make sure I have what looks like a good email address for you. Yep. So let me send that over right now before I forget. Okay, let's get back to the build. So Sundays, we still have two more giveaways, 2 more Sundays of giveaways. Next Sunday will be a frame kit, a Trident frame kit. Awesome, that's fun. That is fun. Okay, 2 of these are done. We've got one to sneak in here. Sneaking one in there gets in the way of those bolts. I don't like that. I think I'm just gonna not use that one. I'm gonna put one here and that'll be fine. I'm not gonna use one right here. I'm just gonna have a short one right here. We'll have to slow down if you want 2 more Sunday streams. Oh no, I won't have to slow down at all. Because remember, we have extras. We have Clicky. We have at least the Stealth Burner front, the Stealth Burner and LEDs, because that comes in the kits. The little Stealth Burner pieces with the 5015 and the NeoPixels. So we have Clicky, Stealth Burner, Nevermore, if I can find a good Nevermore Trident mount setup, and probably a nozzle scrubber setup. So plenty of time. We will probably not get to the point of making this move today. Hey, Papa Foxtrot. Dead Bob, so far, I believe you'll be able to pick the frame size. Jason came on and when we gave away the steppers, and he said that even the 300Z was available to the person. So I would imagine that you can pick. So Og Rob, when Jason will reach out and ask you for details, and you'll be able to express what your specific size is gonna be. Evil Knievel, hello. So lots of fun things to do. We got plenty of time. We have, I think, what, 4 or 5 Sundays before I would have to package this up to get it to Murph. So I think we're doing okay. I work and then talk and then work and then talk. Yes, I know. Okay, so I am going to put this, I think I can just put this in place because there's nothing to line it up with. So I'm gonna put this in place. How you doing, Evil? Pinky in the Brain theme. Steve's plans. Yes. World domination. Lecter, feel free to reach out to me in a DM. I think so. I don't see why not. Is there a place where you share your printer config files? No, but anybody who's looking for something, I help when I can. Okay, so that one's in place. Snarf. What are we gonna do today, Brain? Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world. Okay, I'm gonna use this one right here because it avoids the bolts, the one that I already set up. So then I just need one over here. That one's cut fine. So let's go back to here and here. Oh, this one on this side is very short. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna go very short here. I think I'll just go right there. See? Yeah. Try to level the bed on the under 3. Yeah, Animaniacs is awesome. That was... Then I had a little bit of a revival. What was it, last year? Is it still going at all? Can unpin the message now, still... Oh, thank you. Let me unpin it. Unpin the message. There we go. I sense a late night going down memory lane of childhood cartoons. So that's gonna go right there. So let's get a little bit of... Oh, this is going to be basically at a point of why is it there? But we're going with it. So that's going to go there, and that's going to go there. So yeah, let's cut this right there. What is the size of the switchwire bed? It's the same as a Prusa Mark III. I'm using a Prusa Mark III slicer profiles. My prints on it seem to not be centered and forward the front. Now the difference is on a Prusa, they don't count the very front area where those holes that they hang the beds on when they're powder coating them. The front, 10 millimeters or whatever, the bed isn't counted. So depending on how you set up your configuration in Clipper will depend on if those end up being in your printable area or not, or just movable area. So there's a difference between area you can travel to and area you can print to. So if your Y-min is set to like -10, then 0 will start in front. Similar like on a Prusa, 0 will start in front of those holes in the front of the bed. Does that make sense? Has anyone tried ball screws on a Trident? I have not. What was it, Pantheon? That Nero showcased? Okay, let's see if we can get this in line with the other one. Go something like that. Cool. I mean, that's probably close enough to use that. Maybe I'll get a little longer one. So we're going back to our reference image here. So now D is what I was going to work on. So I think we're gonna go something like seems a little weird, but we'll do something like this and cut it about there. What size is the cable raceway? 20 millimeters wide and 25 millimeters deep. You know, the coolest thing I thought, beyond the ball screws and whatever on that printer, was the bait, the foundation of the whole thing is that thick metal plate that everything is bolted to. I thought that was the coolest part of that Pantheon setup. Oop. You guys still hear me? Yep, okay. Oh shoot, now the VHB has cat hair on it. I dropped it. Means it picked up every bit of cat hair. Not as bad as I thought, but there's plenty of cat hair there. Everything mounted to that one reference point, and having a big fat plate there, I thought was the coolest part of that printer. I mean, did you notice that even the Z, the linear rods that the Z travels on, they floated. They were only attached at the top and floated down. Hey, Nero. Everybody say hi, Nero. How are you doing this good Sunday? Okay. Back to here. So then we just have two more remaining, B and C. So we're gonna go down the middle, then up the side, and we will be ready to start moving wires into place. So, hey, welcome back, John. Printing things and editing videos. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Okay, so we got B and C. So those should be this one is just a little long to, I mean, just barely. I'm gonna cut maybe a couple of, maybe just cut a little bit off of the ends, and then we'll use it. Yeah, Nero, we were just talking about the Pantheon printer, and I don't know if you heard, I was talking about the thing I thought was coolest about it was that main plate that everything's based on, and how even did I see correctly that the Z rods, the Z motion rods, they floated on the bottom, they were just attached to that plate, everything to that reference plate. Okay, so we're gonna put that on there like that. Trim this. I'm gonna trim this even one more because these don't need to be, they don't need to go to every. There we go. Nero's been here before. Yep. Okay. Nero, I almost had a tragic drawing prize giveaway moment. I recycled my Google form and it kept giving me last week's results when I exported it. So I found out I could export as a CSV and import that into a new spreadsheet so I could get the current stuff. But it took me a little second to figure that out. Hey, take care. Have fun with your editing. Jason, welcome. We are progressing well. We did our drawing about half an hour ago. Steve Builds tell the notification thing. What I don't know. Yeah. So definitely thanks to Jason and LDO Motors for the giveaways. My mailbox is, yeah. I bet you. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I have 311 unread messages. Oh, happy weekend, everyone. Enjoy the Trident beta building, $49.99. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. It must have been grouping them up. I bet you it'd group them up for if entries were done in a short period of time. I got notification for multiple in one email, but see you again, John. Weird texture on my filament, and I do hear weird sounds coming from the stepper. If I increase my Z height, it seems to help though. Weird. Wonder how many of those emails are about your expired car warranties. No, those are just phone calls. I'll put this guy in here just like that. Support it from the back. We've got one more to do and then we'll be done with these. Break out the wrapped up one. Hey, look what I found. I found something. Let me get this plastic off and you'll be able to see what I found. Oh, come on. Anybody guess what I found? Anybody guess what I found? Let's give it a second. Oh, I forgot my gummies. These that I was looking for. Cool. Slot covers. I knew I had them. I just didn't know I had them in there. I thought I had seen them somewhere else. Oh, well. Okay, last one we need to do is C, and it just goes between there and there. Let's take this one off. We're gonna go here and T into there. So we're gonna see you, Evil. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next time. I know we're getting into the realm of late for people. Okay, so one. Hey, Cameron from LDO. Welcome. I just did that, didn't I? Can't be too clean, right? In your experience, does the ERCF require much maintenance fiddling on an ongoing basis, or is it stable once you get it set up? I'll tell you once I have it set up and working for a while. We're still in the middle of that project. But we'll be getting, that's the first project we'll be getting back to when this Trident build stream series is done. So probably, very likely, the first stream after me getting back from Murph will be back on the ERCF. Which, yeah. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to Murph because I'll get to meet Jason. I'll get to meet all the Voron team, any of you that are going to be there. It's going to be a blast. The same guy I've spoke to on Discord, probably. How many here are going to Murph? I've probably asked that before, but it doesn't hurt to ask again. With any timing working out and things working out, this guy will be at Murph. If everything works out, so that's not a guarantee, but if everything works out, it'll be there. Okay, last one in place. We're gonna try, right, Jason? Whew. Yeah, I'll set it on my lap. I'll set it on my lap for the whole trip. Murph is in Goshen, Indiana. Midwest Rep Festival, yep. There's no way I could get Charlie there. That would be a bad idea. I'm making a pretty extended trip of it. There's another event going on in Indiana. It just happens to be going on at the same time. I used to be, years ago, I was in a car group centered around Dodge and Plymouth Neons. And it's really, really good group of friends that I developed or through that. And they do an annual gathering. And I haven't been in years and years and years. Last time I went was 2006. And it turns out that they are doing this year's gathering in Indianapolis the same week as Murph. So I'm gonna go reconnect with a few friends there before, so it's gonna be awesome. So, this is here. Give me half a second. My stomach's rumbling pretty good. I'm gonna grab a little snack and I'll be right back. Yep, I did it again. Sorry about eating on stream, but my stomach's grumbling pretty good. Hey, Rock is Life. Okay, let's see where we're at. So we did all of this. We've got some guides in. We've got some guides in how to route things. So we're going to do A and B and Z0 through 2. Somewhere around here, I have some markers for the steppers. Here they are. So it came with some markers. Let's see what we have. We have Z, 1, 0. Okay, so we have Z, Z2, and these snap together. So, where are we? Z2 would be this guy. Oh, I need the cables. Where are those? I need to find the stepper box. I have a bunch of cables. That were in the stepper motor box. Aha! There you go. Stepper motor box with cables. So all these are just out of their regular kit stuff, or their universal stuff. So these are all the same length. So that's why we can run them back and forth in these raceways to take up space. Do something like that. So we can go here, here, and here. Now Z2, it's this guy, so we can take at the end here so we don't lose track of this, and drop the pieces. And drop them again. It's kind of snap together, but not really snap. And then they go, yeah. I tried to put them on together, but they go on the end here. So I can keep track of what is what. So Z2, Z1, spend more. What is everyone's best method for FHB residue removal? I use an orange-based cleaner for mine. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I use an orange-based, a citrus cleaner seems to work best for just about any adhesive I can find. So here, just putting these labels on here so they're easy to track. And then same thing with A and B. Who knows about the 11-foot 8-channel for that one can opener bridge? I don't know. A is the side with the harness. So we're gonna grab the A stepper and label it. And B is the left side. Mark it. I use this stuff from a company called Stoner that I've had for probably nearly 20 years and haven't worked through it all. I don't have any in here. It's in the other garage, but it's just this citrus cleaner that works really well. Okay, let's follow. So if we look at this, we're 180 degrees from this. So let's save my tired brain a little translation and turn the printer over to match what we're watching or what we're following. Oops. Okay. So now we're there. This is gonna go there. This is gonna go there. All these. So Z is gonna go right down the middle. Twist this, bend it back. There we are. Follows right here. And then we've got a lot of extra. So I just kind of go back and forth in the wire chain here before we plug it in. We never put the stepper drivers in. So let's do that. They make car detailing. Yes. We already did all of our jumpers. So remember we got all the jumpers in the right orientation last time. Are there any plans for cross XY instead of core XY Voron? Nothing now, but, and this isn't an indication that anything will, but any projects end up being the result of somebody having an interest and the time and motivation to do it. I can say that, as to the best of my knowledge, nobody is working on that. But if there were ever to be something, it would be because someone had an interest and time and motivation to do it. And that's pretty much the answer for just about anything. Unless you ask if we're gonna make an Ender clone with V-slot wheels. That won't happen. I did check jumpers on the board. We did that as a group, stream or two, last stream. And all the individual stepper driver boxes. And according to the picture here, we're just going in the first 6 stepper slots. Uh-oh. Someone's trying to get me. My phone is nicely quiet now, though. Okay, I put my sticky fingers on all of these. So, a little bit of IPA and just clean these off a little bit. Oh, heat sinks. Don't you have to skip one of those spots so they're all independently controlled? You skip the connector. So the drivers are fine. There's 2 connectors here. There's a for a Z if you wanted to run 2 Z steppers off of 1 driver. You just skip it down here. Okay. This little stuff on here is a pain. And of course, the fins on these all have to go in the same direction. Be placed as close to similarly as each other. What's we saying? Make sure the heat seat fins, oh yeah, see? We're on the same page. We're on the same page. I didn't read that before I said that. We're all good. And one more. Okay. Does anyone have a good recommendation for 3M 486 MP removal? It doesn't dish soap, like automatic dish soap, dissolve that? Is that what folks were doing? Yeah, Martin, I agree. I don't know why they put that extra connector there. No jig for heatsink placement? No, that's easy. That's easy. It's easy to eyeball that. Oh. Okay, so this is, if we look at the octopus, we have motor 0, motor 1, motor 2-1, and motor 2-2. These are the two that you just use one of them. And this is the one that we are going to put Z0 in. So I'm going to put that in motor 2-2. And then push this through right here. Just like that. So now, this one is going to go all the way up here. Probably go up into here. Not much is going to be coming from there. And back down and into, so this is Z1. So we're going to go into motor 3 here. I think that's what I want to do. And then, there we go. Gonna go down there and across there. Now I want to make sure that it sticks back here so I can get the slot cover on. I'm going to use up all of this space here. And this is Z2. Just like that. See where we're at. We're getting there. We're getting there. Where are we at? Almost 2 o'clock. So we're another hour. I think we should be able to get this all wired. So the routing for A and B is just straight across and up. So we're going to come in here. Go through here. Lots of these wires end up getting looped back to take up that space. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to loop this up into here. So this is going to go, let's put it in its final spot. So this is A, which is going into the Y, the second stepper spot. So bring this in here, then we're going to come back here, here, and then take the rest of this up there and get it out of the way. We got other wires that are gonna come in here too, but I think, well, this center one is getting pretty crowded. So do like that. This one's gonna go across here, and I don't think we have a choice but to loop this one within this group. And B goes into the X spot. All of that bunched up in there. I'm gonna need space later, yes. That's why I'm trying to find a few different ways to take care of this. So that is all of the steppers mounted though. End result should look like that, close enough. Now I have some power stuff to do. So using that as a reference, we need to put our little power distribution block together. Okay, let's make a little room. Let's maybe go even lower on the camera so we can see what I'm doing. Let's see. So we're gonna go with our, here, I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna pull this off for right now. And this is gonna end up right there. We're gonna move, these are the little spacers that the deck sits on. I'm gonna shift that a little bit. And then the screwdriver. So the ground ones actually clamp and make a electrical connection to the rails here. The way these go on is there's a screw in the center that loosens this as a clamp, and then all of this can move. Once this can go on, can be tightened back up. I'm going to move this down here. Move this down just a little more. And 2 of these. I guess they use the UART connection for the Pi instead of to get dedicated 5-volt supply. Yeah, there's a little difference in this kit too, so stay tuned on that. Okay, so the ground ones are on. Now these other ones we have to assemble. So these will go together like this, but they need to be electrically connected. And that's what this little bus bar pieces are for. I'm gonna take one of the older, I think, yeah, these are them. The older ones, and score this, because these are actually pretty soft. Oop. And just cut a pair out. I've tried bending these to break, and they end up breaking into the screw hole on the next one if you don't use some side cutters to. So these go in between, and then these screws here connect them together. Yeah, the rail gets grounded through these, and then the ground is going to the ground on the power supply. How much power can you draw from the Octopus? I don't remember what the spec is, but it's enough to run a Pi 4. The challenge is getting heavy enough gauge wire for it not to drop voltage. Okay, so that's the red one. I should have done the blue one next, but it doesn't matter. Blue one, same thing. We are going to grab 2 of these. Oh, blue. These go in here. Couple of screws to hold them together. There are connections for 2 wires plus minus. There are connections for 2 wires per plus minus. Okay, so blue goes on here, and then it just snaps into place, and then we want one of these little insulators here to go in between. Yep, that snaps on there, and then the red one, and then an insulator here. That should snap on there. Just a friction fit for those. That's why I stopped using the UART connection when I added LEDs to my 2.4 via the Spider. I always got voltage drops. That's not good. Now, these can slide here. It's not a super, depends on exactly how your rail is formed, I'm sure. They can slide, so there are these little stops. So we can put a stop on and tighten it. Which one? Which one tightens it up? Both of them? There we go. Now it's a little more solid. Can't slide around on there. Hi, Jen. Okay. So that is all on there. That's all good. Now we can put our power supply back on. That can go there. We can move on to wiring the inlet. So let me grab the extra pieces from these. Oops. Powering the Pi with just 1 pin for 5 and 1 for ground, I have not had success with. I have had to run 2 20 gauge wires for 5 volts and 2 20 gauge wires for ground. Will Printed Solid still be selling LDO parts for Voron now that Prusa has just bought them? Yes, they were very clear that David is very independent in that way. Do you have any tips to mounting that X carriage on the MGN9 on the Trident? I have the most trouble with that and hate taking my gantry apart because of that. For mounting the X carriage on MGN9 on the Trident, are you running dual MGN9s like a earlier 2.4? We need more wiring. There they are. So this is the power wires and stuff. Okay. Power inlet, where is that? There it is. I have an OV4640 in the top hat of V0. Are your do you have LED lights or fluorescent lights or whatever? You might be getting some image artifacts from the refresh rate on your lighting. Okay, so we have this guy. And it goes right here, which means put this in here, right like that. And this is very tight. I thought I had fixed this. I need to look at why. Okay, this is something, yeah, this is a tight fit in here. I know I worked on this, but I know LDO does a custom one because they want a 1.2 millimeter flange here instead of 1 millimeter, because these are, I think it says here, if you can read it, 1.2 millimeter. I'll have to check to see if that got changed. But nothing a little bit of a file won't fix. File to the rescue. Okay, make sure I got this going in the right way. Yep. Switch to the outside. I don't know if I felt, yep. There we go. It's not off by much, but it could use a little bit of extra space there. And like I said, I don't know if that's because the source file, maybe the source file that David at LDO used isn't the latest, or if I forgot to change that. It's either one is very possible. So before I put that on, I'm gonna connect these. So these match up with the wires that are already there, that are pre-wired. So blue to blue, red to red, and then ground goes over to the ground terminal. And just making sure these are all seated completely. That should be good. Hey, KB3D, welcome. One and a two. Reamers are gone again. I was very pleased to have that effect because I had no idea. So honestly, I had no idea that you sold those, and I was talking about the ones that I have purchased a long time ago on stream, and someone mentioned here that you sold them. So I certainly cannot take anything other than providing the platform credit for you selling out on those, but it's still cool. I'm still happy about it. It is. It's one of those tools that is really nice to have that in your arsenal at your workbench. So what I didn't actually know until I looked at this yesterday, I actually looked at the product page for the first time, and that little laser cut holder that you have for them is really sweet. I will probably be looking to you for some more filament pretty soon, so maybe I can talk you into selling me one of those laser cut holders for the reamers I have now. Okay, so this is going to go across here and plug into each one, and we're going to go in right there. Cool, I will remind you. Okay, those are, let's start out loose. There we go. I'm probably going to end up running out of the KVP graphite that I like to use again, so I'll be reaching out for sure. I think that's... There we go. A little loop and through that should do. Okay. Following this. Yeah, don't forget that dash when you're looking for them. Dash, KB dash 3D. I've tripped up a few times looking for just KB 3D. Okay, oh, and then we got the other side going into the power supply. So that would be this guy. And these are all nicely labeled for red is live, blue is neutral, and green, yellow is ground. So this goes right like that. Let's start with red ones. This is going to bend down. I don't trust that. Make sure. I am still alive, Nuno. Yeah, I know, Jose. I've always thought about that, whether something is going to cause interference, but I haven't really run into anything. Guys, tell me something. Why does it seem like purple is hard color to get? There's a lot of colors that are hard to get right. Red is so hard to get right. So is orange. There we go. Okay, so power supply wiring, the end result looks like that. Looks pretty like that. I think they even did the same little similar loop over here. So now that this is powered on, so we have this to this level of assembly, I am going to grab a power cord and make sure we are getting 24 volts out of the power supply. Now last stream we checked the switch, so we're good there. So we are turned off right now. Turn on. All the colors match up. Ground, neutral, live. Everything's good. Let's power it on. Okay, we got our green light on the power supply. Pull out my multimeter. And switch over to voltage. I've had this multimeter for probably 20 years. Whoa. I didn't know gifted memberships were turned on my channel. Thanks, KB3D. That's awesome. Okay. So we are just going to measure from this angle. I know I say this every time because I've done this and caused sparks by shorting between this and the case of the power supply. So I'm speaking from experience on this. So 24.13 volts is good. Yeah, I didn't know that gifted memberships were turned on. I thought it was only for certain channels. So anyway, thank you. That's awesome. Cool. So that's good. So let's turn it off. We've tested, everything works, no sparks, no smoke. I did something wrong, I'm noticing right now. So I'm sitting here fidgeting with this wire. This is the wire that we put in for the LED lights. And I'm thinking, this isn't gonna reach anywhere. What's the deal? And then I look at the label and it says filter fan. Oops. Gotta redo that. Gary Putnam, thanks for gifting a membership. How does that work? When you do that, do you go in and choose Do you go through and do you have to remember people in chat, or does a list come up? How does that work? But cool. Okay, so I screwed this up. I used the wrong wire here. I bet you it's actually over here. There's bed thermistor. I think I had mentioned it even before. LED strip. Good night, Colin. Thanks for being here. It's random. 007, thanks for gifting some memberships. That's awesome. Sweet. Okay, so let's unplug this and let's fix my LED wiring. What do I want to do here? So that's the stuff I should be using. Oops, sorry for the view of my back. Okay, so this is what I messed up. So let's pull this. This shouldn't take much to fix. Hey, Skimender. Gift turn-ons must be random. It's gotta be. If I'm getting it, it's gotta be random. Pull this. Pull this. You turn on accepting the gift somehow. There's a big surge of. Okay, I don't know how it works, but it sounds cool. And then I've got to pull this connector again. Hopefully, I'll recrimp a new ends on it if I have to. You can only do this so many times. Can only do this so many times before you break the tabs. There we go. That comes out, and I think I'm okay putting this back on. So this is, yes, this is what is today, the 22nd? This is good. Anybody who just got gifted a membership, that the members only stream will be within 1 month. So. I need to switch to my other account when I'm the only one staying here without looking like a member. Do you need YouTube Premium to get membership to a channel? No. No, anybody can. Holy moly. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so my plan is the first members only stream. Not completely clear on what I will be doing on it, but the first stream, it'll probably be a print and chill type thing though. Will be the Saturday before I go to Murph. Before I head out to Murph, which is the 18th. So Oh. Let's fill the chat with members. Derek, thanks for gifting some members. 19 of them for Charlie's friends. Killer Prince, thanks for gifting some members. Wow. That's exciting. That's awesome. Well, what will happen if you run out of people who could become members? I have no idea. I think people have probably caught everybody at this point. Okay, we've got this guy. We're almost all green. Except Clee. Okay, we've got this side, so I got to pull the connector off of this side to run through the wire. It might be helpful for them to leave these off and have the assembler put it on afterwards. They've done that with other setups, I think. Ooh, I gotta hold this. Let me just double check here. This says LED strip, yep. And then back in there and plug in there. Bill Brothers gifted the memberships. Thank you. If you got one of mine, you're more than welcome. See you at the members only stream. Yes. Sven. So YouTube just enabled a new feature called gifted memberships. I don't understand what that actually means. Aside from, I mean, like the whole bit of it, but it allows folks to give, I think, a 1-month membership to whoever they choose. Troy, thanks for gifting a membership. Chat interaction is crazy today. Bill Brothers, thanks for gifting the memberships. I know I sound like a broken record here, but it is appreciated. Okay, we're back. That little oversight is corrected, and I have all the wire I could possibly need to reach anywhere in the anywhere in the compartment. Wow, Bridger Prawn, thanks for gifting the memberships. And Joker Nut, thank you. YouTube analyst is now looking at weird graphs. The little 4,300 subscriber channel. The 4,300 subscriber channel who regularly gets over 150 people on the live streams, which is nuts. Freak, thanks for gifting memberships. Okay. I think the idea is that we buy memberships for others in hopes that they enjoy the benefits enough to continue subbing. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly the the idea, the intent. Let me figure out. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. You guys are approaching some significant percentage of my total subscriber base. Otto, thank you. I can't imagine there could be any non-subscribers left in the stream, or non-members. Sanity, who's this guy? Some Minecraft streamer. When I first started, if you searched for Steve builds, you had to sort through, you had to scroll past the Minecraft channels before you found mine. Now I come out up at the top, I think, at least every time I've checked. But can you gift more memberships than the amount of people watching? I would imagine that it stays in a queue for you. It'd be interesting. I would imagine that you have a queue of memberships you can give out. And I would doubt that it would all have to be done today, unless they just expire. The ones that you don't give out just don't get paid out and whatever. I don't know how it works though. I'm shooting from the hip there, just guessing. Do you also have Patreon? YouTube gets a bigger cut, right? I don't know, but I really don't want to split it. I don't want to deal, when I do a members only stream, I don't want to split chats. I don't want to have to deal with the things you have to deal with when you have multiple places. I'm happy with just keeping everything in YouTube. Jan, thanks for gifting the membership. Holy moly, I'm way behind on chat. I think we found out on Nero's stream that at a certain point they don't announce every activity that's going on with the gifted memberships. Is that right? Within a certain amount of time, it doesn't read out in chat every little bit. Okay, we have a plenty long enough LED strip wire now. So let's see where we're at next. Lecter, 10 euros, buying a plane tickets to Murph. Are you going to Murph? That'd be awesome. And thank you for the 9.99 euros. So last Sunday's stream, first time I've seen, because I did a giveaway, this huge spike in interaction right at the giveaway point. But this time, I think this latest spike is going to far exceed the giveaway spike. Can you gift memberships if you're not a member? I doubt it, but I'm not sure. Okay, we are. We did the checkpoint. I'm gonna hold off. I'm still gonna hold off on the bed. I want to get the rest of the things run down here first. Will definitely count as more valuable from money point of view. Yeah. Yeah, DJ Natty's a member. He's on a different account. Goshen hotels are all booked. We'll need to stay in Chicago. That's about, what, a 2 and something hour drive? You can probably find something closer than Chicago. You don't want to deal with Chicago traffic either, I would imagine. member on a different account. Yeah. Hey, Maker Viking. Welcome to chat. Yeah, okay. Back to this. We have, yeah, I'm gonna skip that, but I am going to do the 12-volt wiring. The traffic won't be too bad to Goshen. I drive it all the time. Well, that's good to hear then. Okay, we have a main, a octopus power wire here. We have 2 controller and 24-volt in. So I guess this goes over to the controller. And we are, I'm minimizing my mental gymnastics by turning the printer to match the to match the picture. Let's get this picture up here. If anyone's staying in Chicago and wants to hang out, hit me up on Discord. Yeah, this wire is pretty nicely clean. So 2 controller means we have a ground going here and then all the power wires. And this is going to go over there. So let's do this first. So we got it. Looks like we're gonna, so nice thing that I think LDO does specifically, or has someone do, is they color the tops of the screws and the terminal block areas for the positive voltage. They color them red. So I like to think that's based on my suggestion, because I've been doing that and showed it on here for a long time, but I'm glad to see them doing it. So we got those 3 and then a ground that this is going to. So we're gonna go here and here. So let's tighten those 2. At this rate, the members only stream is just gonna be a normal stream. That's okay. I have no problems with that. Really gotta figure out what we're gonna talk about. Maybe a little tour, maybe a printer tour or something, I don't know. Hang out, have a print going. Hates the all red crimps. Yeah, but at least the wires match. So now I'm gonna bend this out and under so we can go straight across through. This will help push some of these wires down through there. And then here, here, and here. Okay, so we're gonna go the last negative connection and then all of the positive connections. Do you fly too? Thanks for becoming a member. Tagley, thanks for becoming a member. I need to clean my shop then. If that becomes the thing, it's good incentive. I've got my son's about to graduate high school, so I've got some incentive to clean the shop anyway. We're gonna have people over. So maybe I'll have more topics to talk about. So this will be pre-Murph. The Saturday before Murph is what I'm going to do. And I have more incentive to do that before Murph, because that's within 30 days of now. So all you that just got a gifted membership, I'll make sure that we do that before that membership runs out. Okay, so that's on there. I am West Coast. I'm in the Sacramento, California area. Okay, we've got all the bed wiring we're supposed to be doing here. Are we ready to put the bed on? Should we just do that so we can get this wiring in? I am not. So here, I am not planning on even trying to film any content at Murph. That's just from the beginning. I have no desire. I want to be there. I want to interact with people. I want to talk to people. I don't want to worry about whether I'm capturing something on camera or not. So maybe a future event I go to, I'll change my mind. But this first one, I will have my cell phone, and if something is really cool I want to record, I will. But I won't be there with the goal of creating content. Okay, so let's get the bed going. We still got our LED strip wire hanging, but that's okay. We are gonna need to raise the camera back up. We are at almost 5 hours at this point, right? Yeah. We're gonna go a little longer because I wanna make some progress on here. Hopefully we've still got a good. Why is the PSU sliding? Because my prints are probably slightly under extruded and not as tight as they could be. Steve, it would be awesome if you were able to do an occasional stream just talking about various updates, mods, and parts you find interesting. Yeah, so that's the idea, is just cover that kind of stuff in something that's not a build stream. I've got so much build content I want to do coming up. Yeah, no headaches of trying to chase content at all. Got wires here. Figure out what the best way to do this is. We've got a chain to do, but I think we'll put the bed on first. So that means taking this down, actually. And grabbing the bed. How am I doing on microphone power? It's still going. .3D printing tools line up with affiliate links. Okay, so we'll have to install the magnets. We have, oh, this is different. The last build sheet I got was textured on both sides. This is smooth on one side, textured on the other. Okay, so large heater, large Kinovo heater, pre-silicone sealed, pre-applied, thermal fuse, and wiring. Now, this is oriented, so this is the front of the printer, wires coming out the side. And that is because with this larger heater, it gets really tight around the back. Like if this was at the back, you wouldn't be able to fit your bed mount right there because of all that. The fact that you're gonna do an E3 to switch wire conversion on stream had people hooked too. Yeah, and that is coming. That'll probably be, I'm gonna try to make that the project right after the Enraged Rabbit stuff. I don't think that'll take too many streams either. And then I've got to get into Tridex and Solid Fork and all the other little one stream projects. I'd like to do an update. I'd like to do an update on both Clicky and Euclid. because things have changed enough on those. The setups have changed. Oh, hold on, hold on. I don't want to do that yet. I want this because that'll give me a good surface to lay that on without pushing the wires into the bench when I put the magnet on. Kind of want to see how the packaging boxes are designed in CAD, sort of like sheet metal design, I guess. I think they just took a knife to this. So this, now I can set that there, and this can sit nice and flat. Has anyone any experience with beds with embedded magnets? So in general, you want to stick away from the embedded magnets if you're going to use an inductive probe, if you can help it. But if you're using a clicky or Euclid or any of those type solutions, then the embedded magnets, if done well, should work well. Is LDO switching to this bed in 2.4 kits, or is it different for the two kits? I think it's the same. This has the mounting holes slots for a 2.4. Can you do a really tight close-up on the gasket sealing? Yeah, of course. I'll have to clean this anyway. Can you do, have you considered IDEX solid fork? No, I want to build just a regular solid fork. IDEX will be based on one of my Tridents. Is that a good close-up? Does LDO sell the bed by itself? I don't think so. Right now, I don't think so. Let me go grab a paper towel to clean. How about Tiny T? No. That doesn't, I mean, that's just a small build Trident. I'm not planning on building. So I'll clean this off real well. The LDO actually have a robot. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there is a robot that does the application of that. It's way too consistent to not be. That's nice and clean. Nothing. I mean, I just peeled the protective stuff off, but I touched it, so. Yeah, the Tridex, I have a 350 frame that'll be, so it'll be a 350 by 250 build. So I'm using one of these rollers to apply the magnet. And for the magnet, I don't think it's as important to apply weight for as it is for the heater. I won't be doing that. And I'll be just trusting that my application is clean and good. So how well does this fit? And I'm gonna try to do this by eyeball, because I don't really have time to set up a jig or anything like that, so we'll see. I'm pretty sure I just bought this on Amazon. It's just a little applicator roller. Roll, roll, roll your magnet gently down the bed. Okay, so we are going to make one last pass on here and then pull just a tiny bit of this. That up here. So I'm going to hold this down here, nice and lined up. Should be able to go right to the middle. Work my way to the sides. And then sneak in here, maybe with my tweezers. There we go. Now, roll from this side. Pull a little bit. Then pressure, lots of pressure. Lots of pressure. Awesome. And I got it perfect. It is the same all the way around. Oh. Nice. Where's your cold roller? I have one. It's down here, buried under some stuff. I've never actually used it, but you can't use a cold roller when you have all this crap on here. Good night, Squirrel Brain. Thanks for being here. Oh, hey, I can get access to it. I can get access to it, Papa Foxtrot. I can get access to it through one of these holes here. Let's see. Looks like 1.2-ish millimeters thick. Yep, now it's time to get the hobby knife and avoid all the soft bleedy bits. But we're gonna find the holes that we want to use. That's this guy. So making sure we don't accidentally cut out where the 2.4 is. And then I'm just gonna poke through. Right there. Right there. This is not the tool to do this with, but it was the sharp thing that I have handy. Okay, just so I can see where they are. Use the deburring tool. Do I want to do that? That'll create a pretty good chamfer on it. If I use the X-Acto knife, then it'll be straight. Deburring tool is a good idea, but I think I'm gonna just use the X-Acto knife. What are all those holes on the left underside for? It also works on a 2.4. Tiger. Good night from Germany. Is that RTV installed right? I mean, the heater installed right. The RTV is also close to those holes. We'll check it. So here, let me go back over this. So the thing that LDO did with this installs on the printer this way. This is the front of the printer. The heater they installed 90 degrees turned. So there are all these holes for the ground, for the thermal fuse, that kind of thing. But the Trident holes are these three. 2.4 holes are here and here, and then everything else is for mounting this stuff. So does that help? Good night, Fabio. Thanks for being here. Let us try the deburr. People want us to try the deburr, we'll do the deburr. Let's see what happens. Are you talking about this? Or are you talking about one of these? Hey, John, of course I'm still going. We need to make progress. Oh, you want me to use one of these? Wonder which is gonna be. Okay, left or right? Well, I guess I should grab one of these. Right or left? Right. Okay. That means I need to start a hole anyway. So. Okay, let's see. Use a drill bit. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. It's a pretty small hole here. Kind of hard to get. But I think it's worth trying. That's pretty clean. I don't have any complaints there. That's nice. And then I'm gonna give it just a little chamfer with this guy. Oh, look at that. Ah. I don't know if it's focusing. I've got the wrong glasses on. Well, that made a nice finish. Nice finish on that. So we start, keep the soft bits away. Wonder if this other one would work better. This is good trying stuff. Now the deburring set will get Voron hugged. This is, I've mentioned this before, it is the Noga. There we go. That guy. I'm gonna try this smaller. Yeah, the smaller one worked better. A little cleanup there, and just a light thing there. Nice. You should get affiliate links for those Voron hugs. Okay, that's clean. I don't know if you can actually see what I'm doing. Am I even on? No. Oops. There we go. Nice. So they go on sale. Put them in your, if you're interested in them, put them in your cart and monitor, because I think I paid like $45 for that set. So they go on sale. So why a 3.3 millimeter reamer and not 3.5 millimeter reamer for M3 holes? The holes are still modeled like as 3.4 in CAD. They're modeled as 3.4 or 3.5. The reason they're modeled like that and to be 3D printed is to make sure that they can fit a 3 millimeter and M3 fastener. A M3 fastener will fit, is a sliding easy fit into a 3 millimeter hole. So if you use a reamer, you don't need to oversize it for it, unless you need some play there. But a reamer will give you an exact slip fit for an M3 fastener. Yeah, Bert. So I will keep to the, at the 3-hour mark from when I start giveaway times, because that is the thing. I would like people to be present. I think I've solidified that I like people being present for any giveaways, but I won't have it be an unknown giveaway time. I won't use it to try to keep people to the end of a stream. So. Yes, for right now. That's just this build stream. Most of my streams I'm going to try to keep to the weekends, because I cut out too many people when I do a weekday stream. So the only reason we did weekday streams for this build was to make sure that we could get this done before Murph and give LDO quality feedback, timely feedback. Okay, this is gonna set right there for now. And I think we're ready to put this on the printer. I think Charlie stood on it while it was down there. Okay, before we do that, I want to put the bed, the Wago mount on here. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. So this guy. Do you know why LDO mounts a heater at 90? Yes, because they do a larger heater than spec. It's close to edge. And so it is a larger heater than spec. If you tried to put the rear center mounting point here, you see how all the wires are in the way? So put this off to the side. This is what I did on my original Trident build. I did the same thing. I wanted more room in the back. Now we are going to look for the Wagos and stuff. Here they are. So 2 Wagos. Yeah. 2 Wagos, some heat, a couple of heat set inserts. Wherever those went. I have generated a monster of a mess over here. Oh, we'll need these. And we'll probably need those. I have generated quite the mess. Oh boy. This is anxiety-inducing level of mess. Instead of searching forever, I'll just grab them out of the spares. Good night, Otto. We're probably gonna get the bed mounted and wired and call it good for today. I kind of forgot I had to put the magnet on and that kind of stuff. So the heater, the thermistor stays normally wired. Well, I'll show you. The thermistor, there's a little spot here. There's a little board that goes there for the thermistor wiring. Okay, let's get this gun done. Wago under the 100+ bed is very questionable. It's not close enough, and they are temperature rated for that. And also, you'll see how it mounts. There's a printed part in between them as well. This mounts upside down. Okay, so all right. Okay. So there are some extra little PCBs here. So this is an extra PCB. This mounts to here. And the thermistor from the bed plugs in here, and then the other side just goes to the wiring going to the electronics, to the controller. Freak, this is sparkle fluorescent blue, yes. Okay, so where are those M3 button heads that I found? I think there were only one left, so I don't know that they accounted for these extra bits. So I'm gonna grab from my stash. I think there was only one left when I found them before. Oh, found it. And there is a little problem here. The holes aren't deep enough for an M3x6 here. So, or they're just barely. I'm tightening them into plastic, I think, at that point. But that's fine. It's secure now. Okay, and then these, the way these go in is this just slides in, pushes all the way back, and then down in front. Slides in, push all the way back, and then down in front. And then those open. Got two M5x10s. Charlie trained you to find small things on the floor? Yes. He's just chilling right there. So when we wind down, I'll bring him up for one more visit. So, and then this goes upside down right here. So you can still get to it from the bottom. And that goes like that. Ferrule into Wago, yes or no? Sure. That's fine. Ferrule into Wago is fine. Let's see, get out of the way of chat. There we go. We've got these guys. I'm going to estimate my width here at 290 millimeters between these. So let's put this right about there. So it should be what? 145 millimeters to the center on each. Right there. So doing this with a ruler, measuring this ahead of time, I think is easier. That way you're somewhat close to centered either side. It should be on this 145 millimeters to either side of center. And then the back one will kind of self-align. It's going to go near to the very back though. So let's set these on. Wagos can take solid wire. Just use some to wire my workbench where there's a mixture of stranded and solid. Yep. Wagos are cool. Okay, so then this. Oop, I caught that. Lay it right down. I gotta pull this off because I set the Z end stop too close. So I want to move this back out of the way. Move that back a bit. Something like that. And I think it might not be a 16. It might be longer than that. This is a thick bed. I think a 20 is what we're looking for to hold these in. So let's see here. See, I've got my 20s in any 30s. My mess of fasteners. It's 12s, 16s. Pull them out of here. I've got 2 here. What is the bed thickness? Ten millimeters. There we go. There's that. And is that threading in? Yep. And then the back one. So I feel like we need to do some solid counting of fasteners on this. There are plenty from the spares. Oh, there they are. Okay. So there's my M3 by 20s. I had 3 left, so we're good. There's a 16 mixed in there, but that's probably from me. There we go. And then did I put that in the right spot? Wow, I did. So I don't torque these down, just touching and barely snug. But that is on. So how close are we centered up here? We're at 18. So let's reduce this just a hair. And this sneaks this way just a little bit. I'm going to center this just by getting close to center to the printed part here. We're at like 18.5 millimeters. Yeah, there we go. Ow. Just shove my finger into it going after the screwdriver. Let's see. It's gonna be the best view for this. Now it's significantly heavier. It's probably reasonable. So the thermal fuse is already wired in. That's why there's only 2 Wagos here. In Trident R1, there's 3 Wagos here, so you can run a series circuit of your mains wiring to the heater, to the fuse, back to the mains. But here we just need the one. Let's move this whole thing over. Let's move this right here probably. Somewhere around the middle, I think, is probably where it needs to go. We got bed and bed to the center too. And then the outer two are gonna come from the SSR and our AC power distribution. And then this guy, the thermistor, just plugs into one side of this little circuit board. Hi, Tezza. Who doesn't measure? Oh, and then we've got a screw to ground. Yes, we got to run that, and we have a grounding wire here somewhere. That's a good idea to put that on right now. Here's our ground wire. So we'll do that right this minute. It's this. And it even has a star washer. Create a nice, strong connection. So we're gonna go around like that. There we go. And then this will come down along with a wire for the thermistor and the AC wiring. We'll come around and zip tie. There's a little zip tie mount right here. Now, one thing I want to note right here is at max Z, the bottom of this bed frame basically touches the deck. So you don't want to run any wires underneath here, because it literally touches the deck at max Z. I'll show you that in a minute. So let's go back up. And let's look at the cable chain for the AC wires. What do we have here? We've got a bed wire here and a bed wire here. Okay. Oh, I could have put those in. So I'm gonna put these into the outer. Let's see if they talk about that on here. They don't show anything on the bed side. Okay. Let's go back up here. Does the kit come with all these small PCBs for LEDs and thermistors and Wagos? Yes, it does. So I just put those in. That is all good. This here, so then we have a bed thermistor cable, which was one of these guys. Bed thermistor. And really, I want to put this back on its side because I want to show what all of this looks like. There. So we have bed wires here. These are going to come over the extrusion as well. And then the thermistor wire. Let's see, we've got, here, let's swap these just to match the, it doesn't matter. It's a series circuit at this point. Just match those. Does it, yeah, take a look at Prusa's Mark III Z motor lead screw cover design. I guess Trident also needs something like this, as small plastic pieces can get into the motor. That's probably not a terrible idea. It's been brought up before. But yeah, maybe. And then the thermistor wire goes there. And it's gonna go over the bed here, over the bed frame. And then a zip tie. Is Jason back? You're just tagging him. Kept getting these clipper shutdowns. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Didn't even reinstall the bed? From what? Oh, I must have missed something. Those should not touch the heater mat. They won't. You'll see. We've got wire management on the other side as well. We're winding down here, Jack. There's a few more things I want to do before we call it for the day. But we're going to grab these and make sure we have enough. We're not pulling anything really tight. So those are all good. So that. Oops. And now on the other side, so you don't, okay. We have some spots to tie the wire out of the way, and it's not gonna touch the heater pad. See, we're gonna go here and it's going to be right below it, and it'll be fine. So zip tie wrap here. Oh, we still have, I don't want to zip tie wrap that one. I need the Z end stop. Where is the Z end stop wire? This is that. I've got NeoPixel wire. Oh, it's probably here. Right there. Yep, Z end stop. We got time for people to come and go all the stream. Oh, you're getting a shutdown because the bed wasn't even in the printer because you didn't have a thermistor. See ya, John. That'll probably be the last time. We're really winding down. I'm gonna get this on and in the chain, and we will be good. So. Plug. Oh, I was trying to plug it in the wrong side. There we go. And then we're gonna move this up close to the bed and tighten it down. We are good there. And then this goes over the top. Okay, now we can go back to the other view. Oops, wrong button. Now all of this. Okay, can you hear me now? Battery died. Sound died. Oh, both of them died. Can you hear me now? So the Z end stop wire is looping around and it's touching the bed, but that's PTFE wire. It's not going to do it. It's not going to hurt anything. It's not going to hurt anything. So this is a different mic. It's directional now, so it might sound different, but it should be enough to get us through putting this cable chain on and then probably calling it, because we're at 3:30. We're 5.5 hours right now. So we're going to pop all of these open. This is the microphone I streamed on for a long time before I bought the Rode setup. So I pre-mounted it to the camera because I figured I would run out of battery on that. I just forgot to keep an eye on it. Okay, so all that is open. Doesn't really matter which side we put because they're fixed on both sides. Now, if you're building one of these without a fixed end, one end swivels, put the fixed end to the carriage here. Put the swivel end down here. This piece is tall to keep the swivel end from swiveling. I've built my Trident in 5 hours. That's a really fast build. But yes, there is lots of chatting. That is the whole purpose. That is the whole reason I do this. Five hours is incredibly quick, though. That's good. On this 2.4 I'm building here. On this 2.4, I'm at 17 and a half hours right now. But it's not 100% a stock build. I've had to do a couple little things because I'm running full stealth burner with a toolhead PCB for it. A couple of little changes to the wiring to make that happen. The clicky assembly, I'm including all of that in that time. But we're at almost 300 likes. Awesome. Can we get there? Do we have enough people? Okay, making sure I don't pinch any wires here. Now, for the Z chain, as much as it hurts, you got to cut these ends off. Because at the bottom of travel, it hits the bed. And over here, there's built-in. So there's built-in wire management on both sides. You don't need them on the chain, but it needs to be cut. Oops. I put this one on wrong. There we go. And on this side, I think I'm going to need a couple of extra links. I need 2 extra links. Just like I did with the others. If clicky for this build is extra, what are you going to use for bed leveling? The clicky parts for clicky comes with this kit. It's just, I'll be doing that as an extra stream. And then we're going to cut the end. We got to cut this thing off here. So now that, and that, and everything is clear. Nothing's pinched. Now we can put this on. And I'm a little concerned that we don't have enough length in the ground wire. Can you talk about any manual updates for the training? Not sure. For the Trident, manual updates? I lost that screw. I didn't see where it went. There were some minor updates to take care of things like the Wago mounts and the updated pictures for the idlers, but for the most part, it's the same. Did we hit 300? Awesome. Mine's still showing 2 something, but it doesn't show all of it. Oh, there it is. Now it shows a 3. It lagged for me. It's showing you guys before me. Okay, so right now I can tell that the ground, the end of the ground line is right here. That's not going to work. So I am going to take it off and reattach it to one of these 2.4 specified spots. I don't know if I can get any kind of a view of this, but the ground wire is right here, and it is not long enough. So we're going to pull this back through. And where did it go? It's right here. Something going on out here. And I'm going to attach it, I think, right here. And then this is one of the 2.4 holes. I can see it. Now, let that do a little service loop right there, I guess. I think that we're going to check the Z-chain length here, but I knew that that was not going to work, the length of that wire. That's more things to add to the feedback list. Okay, I'm going to loosen this because that's going to make it a whole lot easier to tighten these screws down. Hey, Jose. I bet his heater, a bed in the terminal block efficiency. Yeah. And that should go right there. Okay. Let's do one thing before I do this. We are going to manage the wires right here. There is a zip tie slot right there, so we're going to hold those there. We're just going to make sure that these come around. And it's tight, but it works. So now, what do we got? And we're going to move all of this up. Move the thing to the top of travel and make sure we can hit. Yep, make sure we have enough chain length at 0Z. And you can kind of get an idea on the articulation you still get out of this. Oh, good night. Ah, this is making my thumb cramp. Still doing good. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. So that's a problem in these links. That's a real problem. Why is that? That's something I might have to work on. Because before I hit max Z, this is hitting right here. That might not be as bad as it initially looks, because that is actually max Z. I need to do some measuring on where things are. Have enough. Oh, well, that's conveniently. Well, that's not good enough. Well, that is, though. Okay. Ah, okay. We might not be as bad off as it looks. Might be right exactly where it needs to be. That moves them in the wrong direction, though, Lecter. The tutorial, we looked at it, and it moves them in the wrong direction from what I'm doing here. And actually, I'm so far out of skew here that I'm creating a problem by not being trammed. So I'm kind of using this as kind of a reference to try to get close to trammed. Okay, so we're okay. And we are very close to trammed right now. And I was just too far up on that. And you see, we are clear here. So we're actually okay. I was too far out of tram to accurately gauge this. I was too far up in the back and too far down in the front, which was still getting my nozzle close enough to look like it was touching. But now I'm closer to correct and it's good. And even in development, we knew this was really close. But that's okay to be close as long as we're not over. And the last link should be the locking type, even in the non-LDO setup. So that this is okay. I was just wrong on the bed. Yeah, and the spring steel plate gives me another millimeter of space. I wanted to show you before we go too far. I mean, this would be a lot easier to show you once the thing is running, but this is fine. We'll probably end right about 10. We won't get any real progress beyond this, but I wanted to show you the Max Z. How's the tool head on MGN 12Z0? Any wobble? No. None. There's flex. I mean, I can pull this hard enough to flex it, but there's no play. Okay, that's all the way down. That's all the way down. So that is Max Z. And that is Max Z. Is that there's no room underneath those the bed frame for wires. That's Max Z in the back. That's Max Z in the front. So given that, I'm going to put the flex sheet on here. And I'm going to grab, let's see if we can do this. There's our tool head. So we should, this is a 305 millimeter 305 millimeter ruler. Now let's flip it over. We are, even with this 10 millimeter bed, we are right at 300 millimeters. So that's with a 10 millimeter bed and the flex sheet on here. At Max Z, we are right at 300 millimeters. Let's hold this straight. Right there. Cool. Need to find a black sock for that hot end. That's okay. I think we are going to chat for a few minutes and then call it for the day. It is late for a lot of people. I mean, it's 4 o'clock here. It's been a 6-hour stream. We made a lot of progress today. I'm feeling good about it. I think we are not going to try to do a weekday stream this week. I don't think. We're not going to try to do a weekday stream this week. If I feel like I need an extra stream to do extras to get it ready for Murph, then maybe I'll do a stream. But I'm going to keep the main build now. The rest of the main build will be Sunday streams only. So hopefully we'll get it printing. We should get it printing next Sunday. So free, because your IDEX is going to be 2.4 base frame or Trident base frame. I'm going to turn the orange Trident here into the IDEX. So I already have an orange 350 LDO frame, so it matches. So it'll be a 350 wide by 250 deep. Ugh. And I said I would bring Charlie back on stream, on camera. So I woke him up to do that. Yeah, I've had the frame for a while. I have most of the parts. It's just a matter of if you'll christen the the build surface. So I have most of the parts. I just need to get all the printed parts sorted out and how it goes together and put it into the project stream. Will there be official Voron IDEX? I don't know. I mean, it's Eddie's design. So it's up to him. Let's do this. There. So thank you for coming today. Huge. That was a lot of fun with the giveaway. Thanks LDO for the giveaway. Thanks for letting me do this live for folks on stream. The gifted membership thing was a surprise. I didn't know that was turned on for my channel. That was a lot of fun. So I want to especially thank everybody who was generous with gifting memberships to others. Thanks for being here. This is fun. We will be back on Sunday. Sunday will be another giveaway stream. We'll be giving away a Trident frame. So the trifecta of main components to go into the printer. So we've given away steppers, linear rails, and now on Sunday we'll give away a frame. So, and hopefully we'll be at the point where we're printing with this thing, or at least making it move on Sunday. And that'll leave us a couple of streams to do little extras and polish things up. Yeah. Thanks again. Have a good rest of your weekends, and we'll see you next time. Bye.